Perfect. Because now it's only 5 minutes. Should I start now? Maria? there a moderator? No? Okay, then we start again. Good morning, Riyadh. Can I get my slides, please? Slides, please. Thanks. Okay, our topic today is the GPMF AI history class, and I'm very happy to present this. For me, this is a very personal journey, and I'm very happy to share this with you all today. I don't want to talk about too much about me. I can tell you I have 20 years of experience in AI, 19 years of project management, and I think this is enough to know. Our workshop goals or our presentation goals is that you get an understanding about the history of AI, and hopefully you will also get a little bit inspired. Is the sound okay? Can everybody hear me clearly? Yes? Okay, then we continue. I decided to go with that presentation because when I talk to people about AI and I say that I studied AI 20 years ago, then many of the people, they say, huh, that is not possible because AI was just invented 2 or 3 years ago. And I said, no, AI has such a rich history. So it seems to be a little bit of a black box. Many people don't know the history of AI. And I can tell you it's a journey of very impressive innovations and very inspiring stories. And honestly, it already started with the ancient Greeks. So the ancient Greeks already dreamed about to create an artificial human. And we can go back centuries and we will see that there was always this dream. Can we build an artificial human? Can we build somebody who acts, a machine who acts like us? And this was also the dream in the last century. It started about the 1930 years, I would say. So one of the first milestones in the modern AI was Alan Turing when he invented his Turing machine, and this was already 1937. And we had another big milestone in the 1950s when people thought about, is it possible to rebuild the human brain with a machine? And this was the birthday of the artificial neural networks, which are the basic of everything what you know at the moment as AI. Yeah? For example, ChatGPT, they are still using these neural networks. Yeah? So the foundation for this was built in the 1950s. And the word artificial intelligence was created in 1956 in the US at a conference. And this was the official birthday of the modern AI like we know it. And another outstanding milestone I picked was 1966 because this was the year where ELIZA was invented. And I don't know, has everybody heard about ELIZA before? One person? No more else? Okay. ELIZA is a very important innovation because it's your grandmother of ChatGPT and all other chatbots. This is the first chatbot ever, and it was invented in 1966. If this person has not invented ELIZA in 1966, then we probably won't have Gen AI at the moment. There won't be a ChatGPT or a Microsoft Copilot or anything else because this is the innovation that was necessary to create these tools. And another very impressive innovation was Shaky the robot. It was invented in 1969 by Stanford University, and it was the first mobile robot which had a general purpose, which could do different things. So this was also something which was at this time very impressive. And we call these early years, the 1950s and the 1960s, the golden years of AI. Isn't that funny? We call it the golden years of AI, and nobody knows about it. Yeah. The most people think it's not there, it was not there, and this is what we say, it's the golden era, the golden years. The innovation continued. The neural networks, they got more complex, they got multi-layers. We can say it is from the late 1960s till about 1974. That was the area of the neural networks. It was really worked in an interdisciplinary field. That means it was a lot of research about how the human brain works, and they tried to build this and imitate this functionality with a machine. And it was very promising, the expectations were very high, and then suddenly it dropped. And we came to the first AI winter, and it was from 1974 to 1980. Organizations realized that AI could not keep the promises, it did not fulfill the expectations they had. It's not the big thing, it's not the wonder pill. So it was a little bit depression there, the funding decreased, and the public lost interest in AI at this time. Of course, there were other innovations in the meantime. So we can say there was a comeback of AI and also the innovations, and it was the so-called AI Renaissance. It is going on from 1980 to 1988. And again, high expectations, big hype, and again, these expectations didn't get fulfilled. We all know we are project managers, we know what happens if expectations of managers are not fulfilled. Again, second AI winter, depression, and much less funding. And when I started to study AI, I was confronted with that, and people told me, "You're studying AI, this old-fashioned thing." So I studied AI from 2002 to 2006, so I was very early. But when I studied AI in 2002, the people called me, "You are studying that old-fashioned thing, nobody is interested in this anymore." Yeah? So it was old-fashioned at this time. Even if we had a breakthrough at AI at 1997, because this was the year when Deep Blue from IBM played chess against the world champion, Garry Kasparov, and Deep Blue won. But still, AI was a very theoretical thing, and this changed dramatically in the year 2001. Why? Because this was the year where NVIDIA released the GeForce 256. This was the first graphic PU, the first graphic processing unit, and that was a new technology which enabled all the researchers to process much larger amount of data. We were able to deal with the big data from that on, and this was a really big breakthrough. Again, without GPUs, we would not talk now about using AI in project management, because this was what we needed to make this progress. Then, fun fact, in 2002, we had another interesting AI, because it was Roomba. Roomba was the first robot which was affordable for everybody, so the people got them from their home, and Roomba cleaned their homes. And the people were not aware that this is AI, but it is. Then, 2011, we had another big milestone. We had IBM Watson. IBM Watson was playing Jeopardy, and he won the quiz show. 2016, AlphaGo. Go was the game which was always the challenge for the AI researchers. Also, my professor, he gave me one time in a course the challenge: you have to build an AI agent who can win in Go. And I failed. I really failed on that, because I did not understand the rules. For me, as a human, I was not able to understand the rules, and if I don't understand something, I'm not able to implement that. Yeah. So AlphaGo is so complex from the rules that this was really impressive that this AI could win against a top player. And then, of course, we had 2022, ChatGPT, the big revolution started. When we look about the chatbots, I summarized the generations of chatbots for you again. We can see the first one, Eliza. And there is a funny thing because Eliza is reactivated and it's public, available for everybody. I put the link there. And you can go there and you can chat with Eliza. So you can use a chatbot from 1966. And you can see what is the difference now to ChatGPT. You will find out ChatGPT was much more comfortable. So this is, by the way, this is Eliza. Yeah. And yeah, please go and try and see how much progress we made. Yeah. Then we had the conversational agents coming from 2010, IBM Watson, Siri. Everybody knows Siri, everybody knows Alexa. Yeah, so this was the next generation of chatbots. And then, of course, now we have the Gen AI chatbots. I think more spectacular or more interesting for all of you is the generation of the robots. And I picked also some of them so that you can see the journey of this. As I said, the first one which made really history is Shaky. Shaky was 1969. And then we had this little guy in the year 2000. I have to admit that I was a little bit in love doing my university study with Ersimo. For me, Ersimo was the biggest motivation in my AI study because I wanted to develop robots like this in my professional career. So I absorbed every video that came up on the internet for Ersimo. Ersimo could walk indoor, outdoor. It could climb the stairs. So it was really a revolution. 14 years later, we had another popular robot, which is Pepper. This photo is from 2017. It was made in Dubai, and I could convince Pepper to make a selfie with me, which was not that easy because it has an autofocus, and usually it looks directly in your face. And I said, no, Pepper, we will do a selfie, yeah? So it took me a while to convince him that he's open to make a selfie with me, but yeah, we did. And the last one, I think, is the one which is not so famous, but it should be because it's the most impressive one. It's Atlas. Atlas was developed by Boston Dynamics, and I can only say to you, please go to YouTube tomorrow and search for Boston Dynamics and look what Atlas can do because it's incredible. For me, it's incredible. And I'm in AI since 20 years, and I'm so impressed every time I see a video of him. This guy, he can dance, he can walk, he can jump, he can roll, he can stand up, he can go down. He can even run a parkour with obstacles. He can build something. He can dance. This is incredible. And they make a lot of fun videos about their robots where you can see what they are capable to do. So I can totally recommend the videos of Boston Dynamics. But this robot is 10 years old. So he is not produced anymore. Even that is a milestone. And you can see what is possible in the field of robotics. So I want to close, because many people ask for this, with my personal story. How was it to study AI 20 years ago? I never shared this on stage, so I'm a little bit nervous about this, yeah, because it's a very personal thing to share. So I didn't have a real high school diploma, so I could not go for a real university. So I had to go for distance learning university, and honestly, this was my luck, because they had two professors for AI, which were very senior. They were decades in AI already. And I could learn from these two very honorable men. And it was very hard. The education for them was very hard. They had no mercy with their students. It was very theoretical and paper-based. You can imagine learning AI is not easy. And if you get every second week a bunch of papers in some books and you have to study this alone at home, that doesn't make it easier. Yeah. So how it felt to study AI 20 years ago, I would say it was a very lonely thing. I was the only one. I was the first one in my family who went to university. That was already a challenge, because it was not acceptable. I was a mother of 2 small kids, and we were in the middle of Bavaria in a small village. So it was not common for women to go to university if they have kids. And it was less acceptable for me to aim for a career where I have to work full time. Because women in Bavaria at this time, when they had kids, they were stay-at-home moms. There was no option for that. So I went to university, that was the first thing. Then I went for computer science, which was a male-dominated field. And then the third thing, I went to AI. And people were not believing in AI at this time. So it was a really lonely thing. For me, there was a challenge, and literature was very hard to get. So things get more crazy when I was going my bachelor thesis then, and I struggled to get my literature. And I was so desperate because books took me 6 weeks to get by post, and there was no library I could go. And I had a strange topic, and so I found out NASA was researching there, and me, stay-at-home mom with 2 little kids, I sent an email to NASA. Please, can you send me some material? I don't find anything about PSO. And the miracle happened. NASA, I applied, and I could finish my bachelor thesis. That's it. Thank you.
Just be quick.
Thank you, Iris, for that enlightening journey through AI's past and present. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to inform you that all technical sessions are now continuing upstairs in the upper level rooms. Sessions that were affected yesterday have been rescheduled and are now taking place in Jeddah B and the Taif rooms. Our team is available throughout the venue to guide you. You also received an email with the full program schedule. Next, Ian Sinclair, Head of Project and Development Services KSA, will show us how technology activation is the golden thread stitching together efficient, forward-looking PM service delivery. Please join me in welcoming Ian Sinclair.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Whoa, yeah, speak slowly and quietly. My name is Ian Sinclair. I'm Head of Project and Development Services for Knight Frank. And I'm really here to tell you a story of probably the last 10, 12 years. I've been in region since 2013. I'm living in Saudi Arabia since 2019, so 6 years. And I can safely say it's been the most exciting and interesting part of my career so far. So the golden thread of technology activation, all about people, process, and protocols. The golden thread I stole from Philip McNaught, one of my core team who sat there, and he applied it to risk and giga projects, and I applied it to this presentation. If it moves forward. There you go. So about a year ago, James Lewis, who is the Managing Director of Knight Frank in the region, and Mohammed Nabil, who is the Head of the Service Delivery for Project Management, PDS, in the region, came to me and said, we want to start a new service line, project management in Kingdom. And you've been here a long time, and we want you to build this from nothing. And they said to me, what do you want to do, Ian? Do you want to build an army of people, or what is it you want? And I said to James, what I want to do is learn the lessons from the last 12 years in the region and build a niche service. So learn all the painful lessons we all went through. And to do that, I came up with the sort of premise of positive disruption. Positive disruption is more applied specifically to technology rather than project management services in our case. But it resonated with me when I did some research about it. So this is the one thing that I can claim in this slide deck is actually mine, my idea. The execution of it and the people over there in the second row, part of my core team, is all down to them. But it's about making a positive impact in the market. It's about, yesterday I heard about only 10% of companies who are spending money in AI are actually delivering value to their business, whatever that may be, financial or more work or press. And I found that a surprise, but also somewhat reassuring because we are looking at AI inside Knight Frank, but we're looking at it from a very practical point of view to deliver something of value to our team and to our clients. I also heard yesterday people talking about putting people at the center of solutions and also interestingly looking at the pathway as it emerges. Don't blindly follow each step because you have to see where each step's taking, the pathway's leading you. So at Knight Frank we have a 10-point plan that is all about really creating good habits. I liked some of the quotes from Aristotle. We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, therefore, is not an act but a habit. If you create a team full of positive, collaborative people with good habits and then harness them with the right processes, protocols, and systems driven by technology, you're bound to succeed, particularly if you're learning your lessons as you go. So this slide's all about creating good habits, and that's what we do at Knight Frank. This one goes to Michael, who is not here, but I think the name goes to Philip. What we did was we tried to understand from the previous 12 years where it's gone wrong. We really did a deep dive, looked at where project management services maybe haven't delivered across the region. And we call it genome because it's encompasses the entire set of genetic instructions, but also it's about setting a clearly defined structure that allows you to look forwards. We spend far too much time in this industry looking backwards and the importance of looking forwards. And this graphic was done by the team. Noro, who's our graphic designer, who's sat over there too, is a genius at producing material that is easy to communicate. And there was a comment yesterday about cross-cultural comms being different. Often graphics can break those barriers, and that's what we try to do with the team at Knight Frank, is to use graphics to break that sort of cross-cultural comms so it's simple and effective. And this is also structured in a way that we were looking also with one eye on AI. How can we use artificial intelligence to support us in what we're doing? We see project management services as 4 key pillars. There's project controls, commercial, construction, and QHSE, which we term assurance, and technical management. But at the root of it all is understanding what the clients need, who they are, what their vision is, what their parameters are. And from that, from the tree, if you like, the genome, everything springs from this. So it's about using all of this and then harnessing digital to actually drive efficiency. So this one goes to Yasser Ezzat. I don't know where he is. He's not sat where I thought he was sitting. So Yasser Ezzat is an Egyptian colleague. We call him Leonardo de Cairo because effectively he's a genius. And what we did was we understand that in project management services it's all about the people and harnessing technology. But we actually thought, well, what we're going to do, we will build our own software from the Microsoft suites of software to basically manage people, manage resources. So we have over 400 people going through our system at the moment. Most of them we know or have been recommended. And effectively, when we get a CV or a recommendation, we actually have a pull-down menu, we put the details in, and then we drop the CV in, and we use this system, and it pulls all the data. And effectively, we know absolutely every moment, every person who's going through our system, every person who we employ, which project they're on, their performance reviews, everything until they finally, at some point, hopefully in the long term, exit Knight Frank. So we get an ability to constantly look at what our profile is, how many people we have, who's on conditional offer, who needs a visa, who needs an Agama, etc., etc. And that allows us, as we look to work with clients, we recently had a client who says, well, I want design managers who have done infrastructure, who have delivered construction. So we actually went onto the system live in the presentation. We came up with 19 names, and then we looked at the specific infrastructure requirements, the projects we were on, the scale, and we whittled it down to 4 or 5. So the client could really see that we could actually service what they need, and we'd had done our homework. We're preparing for what's to come. So Insight is something that we've developed ourselves to help us. Again, it's the harnessing of technology across people, protocols, and processes. Digital process platform. So this one goes to Mohammed Zaid Khan, sat over there, who is known as MZK. And one of the things we understood, I've worked for some of the largest companies in the world who deliver project management services. And I can say with some surety, because I've been there, none of them have built what we have at Knight Frank, and that's based on lessons learned. It's on SharePoint at the moment, and it's over 800 documents, fully branded. They all talk to each other. They're all structured in all the 4 pillars. And the reason we built that was to enable our people, to give them all the tools to be efficient. But we also had one eye on AI and machine learning. So there was a report done by McKinsey that said that the effective and practical use of AI can make your teams 40% more efficient. That means we can look for problems as project managers. We can look ahead. We use technology to deliver a single source of truth, and that we spend our time really looking ahead to help our clients help delivery. And that's something that we're all passionate about in our team. Delivery, winning work, setting things up is the easier part. Actually getting the projects built is proving tougher, and we have to be more efficient at that in the kingdom. So this was all about that. We call this virtual project assistance. It's effectively, we are working with our London team to use something, a bespoke version of Microsoft Copilot. Effectively, we have 30 subsections, and what we've done is we've created 50 questions for each subsection that is everyday occurrences that we all have to deal with in our life in project management. And what we're doing is we're training the bots in each of the 4 pillars to understand, take them through these questions. And it's based on MZK's iHub, it's based on all the standard protocols and FIDIC and all that, REBA, all uploaded, all the contracts we have, and it's about training the bot. An example we used is, as a giga project, a young procurement engineer gets asked a question by a client. It's actually a verbal instruction. The young procurement engineer who can deal with it in Arabic or English, he then asks the machine, I've been asked to do this on project blah. Then what comes back, the beta testing comes back and says, well, this constitutes a verbal instruction. Typically what you have to do is X, Y, and Z. These are the documents in the iHub that you have to relate to, and here are some of the risks and key things you have to deal with. It also can give you that back in a voice activated in Arabic or English, and it also gives you it in written form with key links to key documents in the industry and in the iHub. Now that process could take 20 minutes for a young engineer to get an answer. It takes a lot of the risk away from him, from the company, from the client, and the old way it might have taken him a day to get to it, especially if his line manager's not around. So it's all about efficiency. So we are beta testing this at the moment. It's a lot of work been into it. There's a lot of work more to do. But this is just something that we intend to deliver as our baseline service in future. It's not an extra. It's not something we're looking for extra money for, because we understand to be niche, to be a sustainable business and to grow in Kingdom, you have to deliver a high quality service, and it has to be consistent. So back to Phil's golden thread. It's about building trusted teams. So the right quality of people. At Knight Frank, the number one thing we look for is attitude. We're very big on mentoring and supporting our colleagues. If you've got the right attitude, you can't buy attitude. So that's number one for us. In the right roles, we've developed over 150 very detailed job descriptions for every single job you can think of in project management, how they relate to each other, how they relate to their peers. So when everybody lands, they know exactly who the line manager is, how they fit in, what their duties are. They get trained in iHub straight away, so they know where all the information is. And it's with a right structure and clear role definition. So immediately, people are armed to be effective and not lag behind. Develop structured systems. What we've done already, and we're still developing more, is about digitally enabled platforms like MZK and YASA built, protocols for effective delivery. We also train everybody on some of the more mundane things about how to run projects from an internal point of view, how to do reporting, invoicing, all of that, so the team are fully enabled and everybody knows what to do and they can wear multiple different hats. And lastly, but certainly not least, is harness new technologies, but embrace and enhance current. So we built Insight from the Microsoft suite, so it was around, but we just took the pieces and built something new. And obviously, we're looking long and hard at making our AI version really practical for us so it can actually deliver value to the team and to the clients in the kingdom. And what is the golden thread of that activation? It's the technology itself that weaves through and connects the people, the processes and protocols. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian, for that insightful speech. Now, it's time to turn up the heat with our Fire Talk panel. Project Management Certification, Is It Worth It? Moderated by Alberto Osman of P3GQA. This debate will cut to the chase on credentials versus hands-on experience. Please join me in welcoming on stage Alberto and our esteemed panel.
Lucked out, picked the right chair. Good. Testing. Let's just do a quick test. This is working perfect. Welcome everyone to day 2 of the Global Project Management Forum. It's a pleasure to be on a panel with such a distinguished list of influencers and people who shape the profession. Foremost, the founder of the PMP certification. And I think we'll start with you, Lee. In today's technology-driven era, do you think, in a nutshell, project management certifications are still worth it? How do you think credentials like the PMP maintain the relevance for employers, given the disruption technology is posing on us?
Well, I think you have to separate it from the literature that sets out the foundation and the frameworks to the people actually executing that. I think that with AI especially, that has empowered a project manager to do things we never could do before, or at least in a timely way we couldn't do them. So I see the future becoming much more oriented towards technology-driven project management as opposed to what we have today. And we're at 1.7 million people have PMP certification, so somebody thought it was a good idea, But we need to take it to the next level. And I think that's what's going to happen in the next few years.
Excellent. Thank you for that input. Tama, you are currently doing your PhD research on success factors in mega projects, work for a major contractor that works in the mega project ecosystem. Do you find credentials like the program management professional, portfolio management professional are still important to stakeholders in this complex mega project environment, or does technical expertise and experience still triumph the value of certification?
Amazing. Good morning, everyone. I'm thrilled to be with you here today. 10 or 15 years ago, we were seeing that BMP and other project management certifications were preferable, or you will find in the project and the job description of the candidate who is going to work on managing a project, like it's BMP is preferable, and so on. And after that, it became more and more important as we are today. BMP and the ACB, for instance, are the gold standard, if we can say, for the project, for the people who are working on managing projects, even not the mega projects. And I do remember one of the project managers in my organization right now doesn't have the BMP credential. Although we are working on normal projects next to the mega project with 50 and 60 and 70 million dollar. I think now we are in the stage regarding the companies and organizations started to recognize the importance of integrating the AI-driven project tracking, data analytics, and as well also digital transformation. So the people started to recognize the requirement of this one. The project managers have to have the ability to do this technicals. Maybe it's not required and mandatory today, but I'm sure that it will be after some time mandatory as the BMP and the other project management certifications earlier. Also, I would like to elaborate a little bit, since I'm working on the research of the critical factors driving success and failures of mega projects, especially in Saudi Arabia. I found that some critic to the project management professionals, project management certifications, that it's decoupled a little bit from the environment, as it's giving only the minimum requirement of foundation and basic and information to let the people able to manage a project, but many challenges are there, especially when we are talking about mega projects. So, in my opinion, it is still the gold standard for the people working in the project management professionals, in addition to the new technology coming to the field.
Thank you, Sama.
Thank you so much.
Continuing the mega project context, Dirk, you have an array of credentials from the PMI. You're also a PMI chapter president, and you've contributed to many of the standards. In a highly regulated environment, which is your background, do you find a broad approach to getting certified versus a narrow specialist stream of certification more relevant in highly regulated environment?
So, situation is that with multiple certification, especially when you move from the project level to a program or even portfolio level, a broad area of certifications helps, because it's a proof of familiarity with the concepts of program portfolio management or risk management, for example. It as well gives the other side, be in the company or as with the client, the assumption of competence. Obviously, then you have to back it up with the actions you're doing, but it helps you to get the big program, the big portfolio. It gets you the seat on the table, as Fola Labi yesterday said here on the stage. Maybe you're not being in the C-level there, but you're reporting there to that level. So that all helps, and that goes across industry. In a highly regulated industry, as where I'm working air traffic management, it is crucial to signal the other side you're working with, you have competence, you know what you're doing. And you know what you're doing on the level that you're operating at. And when we talk about air traffic management, we're talking about airports, we're talking about countrywide air traffic management systems. These are not projects, these are programs. And here, yes, technical skills help, but usually you're on a level operating where you have the team for the technical stuff. You still need the general overview knowledge, absolutely. You need to have the on-the-job experience from rising through the ranks up to the level that you do not jump level, so that you have a solid foundation. And when it comes to tooling knowledge or AI that we talk a lot about today, they are tool. And as the old saying goes, a fool with a tool is still a fool, just with the capacity to do more damage, obviously. And so if the AI or the advanced tool knowledge usage is not based in mature, seasoned project, program, portfolio management capability, then you have a problem. But if it is, you have a key to success and really to push the program or portfolio to a new level.
Perfect. Thank you, Dirk. Alexander, you are a assessment and certification expert. You work with organizations, and we all know the benefits of an individual being certified. And I wanted to see your perspective on what are the benefits for an organization having a pool of certified professionals, and should organization think in an approach where they standardize it across the organization versus investing in individuals getting certified, having that knowledge kind of lost and not embedded into the organization.
Okay. Well, thank you for the question. Good morning, everyone. I think to answer that question, we must look at the problem that certification solves, right? So what's the inherent value of certification? The problem we solve is that the labor market is imperfect. In economics, we call a market imperfect when, for example, there is information asymmetry. And in this case, there is information asymmetry between the employer and the employees. An employee has more information than the employer on the skills he has. And that makes the hiring process difficult. It makes it expensive, and price setting, wage setting in this case, typically lower. So that's an issue we must solve. And certification does that. Now, how does certification do that? It sends a signal to the market, to third parties, that the certified individual has more skills than a non-certified individual. So that's where the benefit comes in for the organization. It makes it easier for them to hire the right staff, to do a better price setting, wage setting, and for the employees, it makes it easier to find a job and to find better work qualified to what they want to do, so valuable work for them. Is that an answer to your question?
Yeah, that's valuable insight. Thank you so much. We have time for round 2 of questions. So surprisingly, we'll pick your brain around the future of the industry. So let's say we're looking forward the execution of the ambitious Audi Vision 2030. How do you see the impact on technology on the certification industry if we are in 2030 today? Does certification still matter?
Yeah, I think that's the right term, the certification industry. That's what it's turned into. Back when we formed the PMP back in 1984, there was no competition. People didn't really understand what certification meant. Now we have 1.7 million, and some of that's still true. I think I have to remind everyone that when you get your PMP, that's the start of your project management journey, not the end. So just having the certification, that's interesting. I'm glad, I'm happy for you. You know how to study, but the fact of the matter is you really prove your certification in the field when you're doing the job of a project manager. And for me, I'm 80 years old, so I won't be here for most of this, but the fact that AI has empowered me, if I'm a project manager, to do things we could never do before. So the technology is going to be there. One of my concerns is people who got their PMP in 1990, for example, if they haven't kept their PDUs up and kept up with the body of knowledge, you have to question what's an employer going to think when they hire a PMP and he or she doesn't perform on the job. So the PMP can be dangerous, all certifications can be, so they imply that you have a certain skill set that until it's confirmed on real projects, we won't know.
So in that line, do you think that the way we assess individuals and get them certified?
Well,
will
I'm in a big debate with PMI at this time about this very issue. I think that when we take someone who just got their PMP, for example, we still need to assess what's their real value add to the organization. Back in the old days, in the 80s, organizations paid your way to go to classes, they paid your way to get certified. Well, they realized that just having the certification wasn't giving them what they wanted. And so now they're being more restricted, which I think is fine, but I think we need a follow-up assessment methodology where we can actually take someone who is a PMP and confirm that through some kind of an assessment model that lets us know what their skill set levels really are.
Thank you, Lee. Tame, you work again in the mega projects ecosystem. So Badr has done an incredible job in Saudi Arabia, and I've witnessed that firsthand in achieving the highest number of individuals getting certified. But we all know that the challenge in having successful outcomes from investments in change are not really the project managers. The problems often are the project sponsors. Do you think there is a need for a formal education for those sponsoring the investments in change?
Wow, I think it's a big question and a big yes as well. Yes. Since we are talking about the main stakeholder of the project and the one actually he initiated the project for something, for objective or for result or for service and so on. So educating the main stakeholders, I think one of the key points can help the project and the project atmosphere completely to go for a positive outcome. As I told earlier as well also regarding the integration of new technology and AI and digital transformation and the shift little bit from concentrating on the certification only to this one, I believe that the smart entities like PMI who introduced to us many of the certifications in the AI, for instance, maybe we have now 3 or 4 specific certifications in AI, could be also integrated with what available with the curriculum of the project management certification so it can enhance the capability of the people either on the performing organization side or on the other stakeholder and sponsors side. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Dirk, for those of us that are too close to the project profession and we get too caught up into the details, if we take a distanced view, we live in an era of instant gratification, where the entire ecosystem of certifications has become people wanting that badge and a quick win to post on LinkedIn. And many certification bodies have opted out for easier certification schemes versus harder. Do you think this could put the credibility of seriously, globally recognized certification programs at risk in the next 5 years?
So I think every experienced company knows how to distinguish between the, for lack of a better word, cheap certifications, the stuff you get in 2 days with a 30-minute test of 5 questions in an open book setting, and the gold standard certifications where you have to study for weeks, months, and have a real hard exam. That again gives the value to the certification, that there are certain checks at the entry gate in terms of what is your experience, and then you study hard, you do the test again. This is at the end, as Lee correctly said, not a guarantee for success in project, but it makes a probability higher. And I think no serious employer would just look at the certifications only and say, great certifications, I hire the person. You always look at the certification in combination with the track record. So with a gold certification, you get the chance to get the high stakes project. Without that one, in my industry, no chance. You get the entry-level project, all good, but unless you have a stellar record of project and program success, and a few people have that, they can go without certification. But for all the others, if you want to at least consider it for a high-stakes project and program, you need to have a serious certification. Everybody knows what are the serious certifications and which are not. And if you want to stand out, you go for the really advanced stuff, because again, with the gold standard certification, you get into the pool to be considered. If you want to get selected, you need to stand out, and that is where the advanced certifications on a program or portfolio level come in, where you differentiate yourself as a project or program manager from the crowd.
Can I begin on that?
Yes?
Because you mentioned that everyone knows what the serious certifications are. And unfortunately, that is only true for the big companies. But for smaller companies, unfortunately, it's not really true. And the more we have small, insignificant certifications, or for example, certificates of attendance and stuff like that, it really devalues a certification. So when you look and evaluate a certification, it's key that you look first at what is the certification promise. What does a PMP promise, Lee? What does a Prince 2 practitioner promise? And if that is not clear, then you're going to have noise on the signal in the market, and that's something we should really avoid. So I think there is an inflation we have in certification, and that devalues the real significant certifications as well.
Thank you, Alex. And a follow-up to that, you work heavily on the assessment side of individuals with organizations. How do you foresee the future of having credible assessments for candidates in the examination stage for obtaining a certification, considering AI and all its implications in the near future?
That's an excellent question. It brings me back to what is it you want to certify, right? So typically certification programs have multiple layers. Some are foundation level, and in that case, the certification promise is that someone has a basic understanding of what's going on. And that's typically well to evaluate with multiple choice questions. That's typically also chosen because it scales well. But if you really want to have more in-depth knowledge, and that's something that I think Lee designed the PMP as well, is you need to have those prerequisites. You need to have experience. And we were in a conversation earlier at this conference about the question whether it should be 3.5 years of experience for a PMP or 5 years. And Lee mentioned if I would go back in time, I would probably make it 5 years. Isn't that correct, Lee? So then moving on to the next part of the question, which was how do you see AI in the certification process? I think it definitely has its place in the certification process. We're actively looking into how to integrate it into assessing individuals. And it can open a lot more doors towards open-ended questions and more in-depth evaluations at scale. So I think there's lots to come there. But at this point in time, I'm not sure we're exactly there yet. Maybe in 2 years.
I have an interpretation here.
Okay.
Regarding the question and the fascinating answer from Alexander, I believe that since we are talking about the certification as the minimum requirement for the candidate who are going to manage the project, 2 years ago or 3 years ago, we found that integrating, for instance, the Agile methodologies more and more in the PMP credential. And I expect the same actually for the technologies which we are talking about, AI and the others. So we are assessing the main requirement or the minimum requirement of the candidate who is going to maybe going for more and more specific work while he is managing his project. So I think that this integration in the certification should come soon.
Well, thank you for stealing my next question for Lee, but at input. But to close off the panel, you started this industry with being the co-founder of PMP. Knowing what you know today, and if you could go back, what would you do differently?
Yeah, that's a good question. The other 4 people that were the committee that started it, They all died. So now I'm the last man standing. Would I change anything? Absolutely. One of the things I would change is the requirements to even take the exam. The qualifications to sit for the exam are much too lenient if you're planning to use it as a credibility assessment. Right now, the PMP, if you're halfway intelligent, you can take a 1-week course and pass the PMP exam. That doesn't mean you're ready to manage projects. Doesn't mean you've proven you can manage projects. So somehow we need to make the transition from an academic certification to an applied reality and project world. And if we don't do that, I think that the industry, so to speak, will just become filled with a plethora of paper that you could get. And I think it's important that we understand that and do the things that are necessary to prove on a daily basis. I will say one thing, I'm sorry to take time. The employers, the people that hire project managers, have been part and party to creating this problem. Because they've made it now that so you have to have a PMP to get jobs. I mean, 90% of the jobs that are applied, it's PMP required.
Yes.
So that makes us go get the PMP. That doesn't make us good project managers.
Thank you. That's a good point. Final thoughts, and we'll start with Alex. With final thoughts. So, in a nutshell, project management certifications, are they worth it?
Yes.
Oh. I agree there. Yes, I definitely think they are worth it. They solve a serious issue in the market. But we need to be careful and wary to select certifications that have a quality assessment behind them. That's my short answer.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Alex. Dirk?
Yes, they are worth it, but not on their own. Always backed up by a strong resume of successful and hard projects.
Yeah, Sama?
Yes, for me, it's worth for sure on the two perspectives. The first one, the knowledge. It will equip you. It will equip you with the minimum requirement of knowledge you need to manage your project, and the inner perspective as well. It will give you the confidence to deal with the project management professionals on the same field with the same language and the same terminology.
Perfect.
Thank
Lee,
you.
we all can all agree that certifications are definitely worth it.
Yeah, I just want to remind people that if you're going to have brain surgery, you don't want somebody that's just got their paperwork. You need somebody with experience that can do the job that needs to be done. And project management, over my 60 years in the business, has become increasingly complex. And without AI, I don't think we'll be able to make that next jump. But you've got to be prepared to do that. And that means stay current. When AI hit the deck, PMI came out with all kinds of supporting training programs to help people keep their sharp skills. And I think we have to maintain that. You're going to have to maintain your project management skills every single day. This is not something that comes one day and then you're good and you can relax. Every day on the job, we have to prove ourselves.
Thank you, Lee. And with that, I think we can conclude our panel. 1 more minute? Okay, cool. So 1 more minute. I think I'll just provide a reflection on the impact I've seen across organizations in Saudi Arabia as the number of certified individuals has increased dramatically in recent years. So I think it gave a lot of the stakeholders in these major projects confidence that they can deliver on their strategy. So my thoughts are that certifications definitely matter, but we should have an emphasis on working with those who really make the tough calls to also receive the proper education and be able to properly sponsor projects and properly manage the investments of the country into their future. So thank you everyone for attending the panel.
Thank you for hosting.
Thank you.
What an informative discussion. Let's keep the energy going because for our next keynote, we have one of the most influential voices in project management, Mr. Joe Poos, CEO of the PMO Squad. Joe will share how behavioral and organizational change can catapult your PMO to breakthrough success. Joe, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for taking time to attend my session today. I really appreciate that. What if I could tell you that your success is limited if you only focus on project management? And if you actually want to make an impact and change the way that you deliver in your organization, you need to focus on behaviors and organizational change. And if you could double your output if you did that. So that's what we're going to talk about today. So you do not rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your systems. This is from the book Atomic Habits by James Clear. And by systems, what do we mean? It's not a technology system, it's organizational systems. It's the ways of working. It's the interaction between departments and people across an organization. How do you make decisions? How do we evaluate performance? How do we communicate? And these systems are invisible, but they're highly active. And it's the way an organization functions. And we as individuals know this because we interact with our peers. We know we have a performance review at the end of the year, so we work to achieve the goals that we have. And there's also a system called project management. We're at a project management conference, and of course, everybody is talking about the project management system, as we should, because we can't ignore our project management system, going from strategy to execution, the portfolio to project delivery, resource management, and everything within it. We strive for PMO maturity. We want to make sure we have the right methodologies, processes, tools, and training to ensure that project management can be successful. But over 30 years and lots of lost hair and gray in my beard, what I've come to realize working with clients around the world is this is only a functional perspective of project management. And it places a ceiling on the ability of the organization to get influence from project delivery. We, as true PMO leaders, in order to get breakthrough performance and excellence in project delivery, have to think beyond the functional perspective and expand our view to include more. Because we confront challenges continuously. We find that there's limited acceptance in the organization for what we do. We're not sticky. There's movement. PMO leaders evolve over time, and every 2 to 3 years a new leader comes in, a new technology comes in, and the organization has to learn all over once again. So with that, we don't have the consistency we need. And when we have all of those limitations, we become unpredictable, not reliable, and worst of all, not trusted. If we're not trusted within our organization, we're never going to be able to make the impact that we need, because the organization has to rely on something that they're not familiar with. If we didn't trust accounting, how could that organization function? If we didn't trust HR, legal, sales, marketing, all of the other functions within an organization, the organization would fail. So a shift is necessary to go from a functional perspective over to a broader organizational perspective, where inside the organization we have behaviors. What is the right way to work inside this organization? Not inside the PMO, but inside the organization. Those behaviors live within those systems that we looked at earlier. If I have a performance review that's coming up, the behavior I take is usually ensure that I get a good performance review. It may not even align with the work that I've been assigned to. If I'm working on a project part-time, and I'm working on my operations role part-time, and my performance review only is about my operations role, what motivation do I have to work on the project? I'm not going to be evaluated on that. So we have to learn how to tap into systems of the entire organization. This connects us. The PMO no longer is standalone. It becomes organizational delivery, not project delivery. We're delivering for the entire organization. And when we do that, we think of the habits, again, from James Clear's book, Atomic Habits. How do we behave? How do we work? What systems are in place? And how does it impact the entire organization? Because we all know the projects we work on and the PMOs we work in, none of the work we do is for us. All of our work is for another part of the organization. Yet we wrap ourselves in a functional review and we have limited capability. We gained functional maturity, which is necessary and important, but what we're lacking is organizational capability. And when we bring those two things together, we shift from a functional perspective into an organizational perspective. This is critical, right? When we work for public organizations or private organizations, there's always a report out on organizational performance. What were the quarterly numbers? Did the organization achieve their results? Stockholders aren't asking, did the PMO deliver their projects? They want to know what the organizational performance was. I think the battery on the microphone is going out. So we, as PMO leaders, have to recognize that we work within the organization and Is there another microphone? I think the battery is going out on this one. So, from an organizational perspective, can you hear me now? Very good. So, we talked about behavioral change and organizational change. Our habits and our ways of working are the behaviors within the organization. And those are what we take as individuals and within teams. The organizational change are the unwritten rules of the organization. How do we take our behaviors and then turn those behaviors into change? And when we get those two things together, we get the breakthrough PMO success. No PMO is successful by focusing on just projects. The PMO becomes successful when they understand the impact across the organization. So let's give a real-world example. Right? We do not rise to the level of our goals, we fall to the level of our systems. We had a client last year who had a goal of 100% compliance on resource requests. Their process was, a new project starts, they go into their PPM system, they request a resource, the resource manager either approves it or denies it, resource gets scheduled to the project, and the project begins. They measured the results, and at the end of the year, there was 50% compliance. It's a PMO process. This year, we worked with them, and same goal. But we stopped thinking about project management and we started thinking about behaviors and systems. And the breakdown worked like this. Resource request comes in. 2 years, same process, One, we used a project management system. One, we used the organizational system. The flow of the process doesn't change. It's still the same process. And in both processes, we know it's rare that somebody actually does this the way they need to. Resource managers ignore the request. In last year's example, the project gets delayed. And that becomes a problem for the PMO. Mind you, the PMO does not own that resource. Do they not own the resource manager? They only own the process. Let's compare that to this year. This year, we put in all managers' performance evaluations that you have to respond to every resource request that comes in. And if you don't, it's going to be marked on your performance review. It's now the manager's problem. The process didn't change, but the system changed. And we integrated a PMO process into an organizational system that everybody in the organization is already comfortable with. In their operational role, if they have a defect, repeatedly, it shows up on a performance review. But in a project process, we don't do that. We made a behavioral change that resulted in improvements as the year went along. And as we approach the fourth quarter, and this is a fiscal year, not a calendar year, defects are down to 0. We changed the behavior by implementing a new system. And by new, it's only new to the organization's evaluation. The performance evaluation system already existed. But the PMO didn't plug into it because the PMO was isolated and only focused on project management. So, for breakthrough PMO success, build and utilize organizational systems. The goal is to change behaviors across the organization. The goal shouldn't be to do projects better. The goal should be how do we get results. So as project managers and PMO leaders trying to drive breakthrough success for your organizations, start thinking about things other than project management. Think about how to change for impact and get the results we want. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joe, for that powerful look at change in management. Now, let's explore the human side of AI. Nadia Fartasi, founder of the Thrive with EQ, will guide us through building emotionally resilient cultures and adapting leadership to partner with AI, right in line with Saudi Vision 2030. Please help me welcome Nadia.
Thank you. Salam Riyadh, good morning. This is not my slide. Yes, this is my face, I confirm. Imagine you're driving a car and you're going to a beautiful destination with many places that haven't even been created yet. In your car, you have your children. Now, imagine if you let your children drive the car. That's not a good idea. Your children are going to crash the car, and you're not going to arrive at your destination. If you put your children in the back trunk, that's also not a good idea, because you are probably going to suffocate them. But if you put them in the back of the seat, you're driving, and you can manage them. Whether you discipline them, whether you play, whether you have fun, whether you realize. Our children are our emotions, and they can get in the way if we don't manage them in achieving our destination, our Vision 2030, where all the mega projects reside, and even future mega projects. This is why managing emotions is crucial in leadership and in the next generation project management. So we often think about the technology, but what if the technology is not the biggest challenge, but the impact on human-centered leadership? We can't use AI to build trust or to rebuild trust. We can't use AI to automate empathy. Let me give you some examples. From the moment I arrived here in Riyadh, I am really warmed by the generosity of the people, by their generosity of helping, sharing their internet when I get lost because I have no sense of direction. But we have to think about what if this generosity is taken advantage of when people share their internet and someone with bad intention steals their data, right? Emotions are also vulnerability if we are not aware. Another example, when we talk about leadership, I come from NATO, almost 2 decades in crisis management and security, and I've been involved in major projects. When we adopted cyber as operational domain, when we moved to the new NATO headquarters in an era where there was cyber as hybrid warfare. And I was working for the general manager, advising him on digital transformation and cybersecurity. One of the biggest problems we faced is when a project leader did not highlight a problem, it became a full-blown crisis, and we had to go in front of the ambassadors to explain ourselves. So how do you provide the psychological safety where people feel safe, not fear, not embarrassed, to come forward, to inform you that there is a problem? Because as a project leader, you have to know in advance because there are many dependencies that other people may not see. This is why understanding the human-centered leadership in the age of AI is as important as the technology itself, if not more. So yesterday, Lan talked about that we have about 60,000, 70,000 thoughts on average a day, and only 5% is new. So if we want to develop a shift in our mindset, it starts with what are we absorbing as information? What are we telling ourselves? Right? How do we see ourselves? Do we see ourselves purely as a functional project manager, or as a leader that disrupts? Because AI is going to continue to disrupt. It's like waves and waves, right? Disruption is a mindset that comes with emotional discomfort. When we grow, when we change, when we move out of the familiar, it feels uncomfortable. How do we equip people with skills and competencies to manage this discomfort? And the future is now. The future is not very far away. The disruption is happening already now at a very fast pace. And the reason why I chose to use playlists is because we have to also change the way we think, our thoughts, right? We have to upskill our thought process, our mindset, so we can change our behavior and lead in a different way that is agile and adaptable in the age of AI. Here are just some examples of why we manage projects, we manage technology, but we cannot manage people. People are led, people are inspired, people are guided. Change is constant. Uncertainty is a new norm. How do we help people upskill? As a project leader, you're not just a project manager managing certain aspects of your portfolio. You also have to get buy-in from stakeholders, manage their expectations, manage their trust, your team, your peers. It's a whole spectrum of a new way of leading and thinking. When we talk about upskilling, it's going to become even more uncomfortable because AI is advancing and we don't even know what type of human skills we will need in the future with certainty. And that uncertainty can create fear. And when people feel fear, How do they act? How does this affect their performance? How does this impact your project? Change happens to us, but disruption happens within us. It's an emotional journey. When you face resistance to change, when you implement a new technological system and people don't want to use it immediately, it's because not that they are not willing, but their emotional discomfort is far greater than their flexibility, their agility to use the system, because it comes with fear. Understanding that is key. So I love the model of Elisabeth Kübler-Ross, who developed this in 1969. This model is actually based on grief, when people go to grief, which is the same process when we go through change and loss. And as a project leader, as any leader, you go through loss because you have to stay adaptable to change, to let go of the old so you can embrace the new, so you can innovate and create things that have not even yet been imagined. And when you understand this, you can guide people from a state of shock to a state of maybe even acceptance. Not everyone goes through the frustration, denial. Some do, some don't. This is why knowing your people is key. To actually commitment. So it's a journey. Some people go from shock to commitment. Others go through each step of this model. So understanding that when we prompt AI is very agile and flexible and doesn't cause us any discomfort. The only discomfort it causes us if we tell it to do something and it does something completely different and overrides your decisions, which can be frustrating. But with people, it's different. So we began with the question, it's not necessarily about, is AI going to replace the leader? It's, are you the leader that can use and work with AI as a co-pilot and maximize human potential? We often hear that from some skepticals that AI will make us less intelligent, will erode critical thinking skills, especially for our children. I believe, and I am building a Thrive with TQ Academy to help people, to help leaders, to help every generation become more human in the digital age, to become more emotionally intelligent. Because when we think in polarity, any technology, and also artificial intelligence, it comes with major opportunities, but it also comes with major risk. And we always have to think in duality, in polarity, to stay ahead of the risks and tap into the opportunities, but be aware of how it can be misused and how it will impact your projects. So, as a project leader, you have 3 leadership styles within you that will help you thrive as the leader that the vision of 2030 of المملكة السعودية العربية needs. The visionary strategy. Imagine what is not yet imaginable, right? We create reality thrice, first in our mind and then in reality. With that hat, you can imagine both opportunities and risks and mitigate them. Problem solving. On your destination, on the road you ahead, you will face challenges. You will face discomfort. Emotions will get in the way. But your emotions provide you information to help you solve the problems. So when you manage emotions and self-regulate, your problem-solving skills increase, and you become a resilient problem solver. And a change agent. How do you not only inspire change within your environment, but even across your organization? How do we model? People don't only listen to what you say, they also see what you're doing. So modeling by embarking on that journey is critical. Now, I consider myself a dinosaur in tech, but I am using AI myself to build applications to help people acquire emotional intelligence skills. And for this forum, for the next generation project leaders, I've developed a platform with EQ tools using AI that will help you develop this self-awareness in your own privacy, in your own space, so you can better understand how to become the leader that the future needs right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. Ladies and gentlemen, we are already halfway through an incredible morning. Our next session is a deep dive panel, The Future of Project Management, Leadership, Innovation, and Strategic Integration of People, Process, and Technology, moderated by Fola Alabi, CIO at Strategic Project Leader Incorporation. This promises to be a powerhouse of insights. Please welcome Fola and our distinguished panelists to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? It's been an awesome time already. How are we excited?
Yeah.
Awesome. We have actually put together one of the elites of leaders across different dimensions. And so I'm super excited to be leading this session today because when we think about the future of project management, it's actually been shaped by leaders you can actually see on the stage today. We're going to be talking about strategic leadership from the tactical piece to strategic elevation, as well as the tools you need to actually equip yourself, people, process, and technology. So to kick this off, I have, I'm going to start with Ali. I love the fact that he's the CEO, but he's a civil engineer, but he's focused on people, and he's actually dedicated to ensure that we push the boundaries beyond what's possible in construction engineering. Can we give him a round of applause, please, to CEO Ali, please?
Hamza.
No, Hamza, yes. Okay, and I have Fahad. He's actually a leader, and I love the fact he calls himself a veteran in program management. He's a strategist, and he moves beyond just the oil and gas industry, and he wants to create new possibilities as well. Can you please give him a round of applause, please? And we have Ali all the way from Oman. He's a strong believer in the role of project managers as key in project management to shape the future of project success. Can you please give him a round of applause, please? Thank you. And I have Iman. He's got a specific mission to enable organizations and leaders to transform and optimize their management practices for better impact as well. Could you please welcome him on stage, please? We have got Marco. He's the current president of PMI Slovenia, and he loves to teach students about project management. Isn't that exciting? We're equipping the future leaders as well. Give him a round of applause, please. Thank you so much. So right off, we're going to dive into project management. As you know, there's been a lot of talks around AI. The future of project management is obviously almost like in a limbo. People are wondering, is my role going to go away? What tools do I need to ensure that I'm actually truly successful? And to actually dive into that, we want to look at how we can elevate beyond just tactical qualities and see how we can go more into being more strategic. I want to kick this off with our CEO, Hamza. Could you please kick this up? When we think about leadership qualities, how can we actually move from tactical execution to strategic influencer?
Thank you, Fola. Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Okay, I'll start with saying that the successful leader who tries to shift his thinking from day-to-day operations into getting involved in setting the strategy for the organization. And that usually happens by combining a top-down approach with a bottom-up approach in defining the strategy for any organization. And I will share with you my personal experience in developing the strategy of our group, as an example, for 2025 to 2027. How we did that? We actually combined a team of 22 or 23 people from the organization, directors, leaders, who were engaged in 3 different workshops last year. These workshops basically worked on defining the destination statement of the organization, defining the initiatives of the organization, defining the action plans and the resources and the people involved, and each one of them became the owner of this strategy and engaged in delivering it and knows exactly how to deliver it. And actually each of these leaders or directors were involved in setting the action plans with their teams, not necessarily from the strategy team. So they became owners and defending this as by heart and have a detailed action plan to deliver them. And we do quarterly follow-up and reporting on them. And I promise you, this approach where you engage the strategy leaders from being only involved in the day-to-day operations in setting the direction of the firm helped us to execute better. And the success rate or the execution rate has increased from 52% to 79% in the last 10 years.
Perfect. That's great. That already shows us. Can we give him a round of applause, please? We can already see that organizations beginning to connect, not just at a tactical level, where we see different layers connecting to strategic objectives and making it tactical and going back and forth. So that was really a very great improvement. Awesome. We're just going to just butt into that as well. Hallie, when we think about the perspective of connecting tactical and strategic, I know you're passionate about project management. What does that look like for you?
It's first of all, good morning. Thank you for having me, and thank you for the panelists. The strategic alignment between the alignment between strategy and tactical is actually a key success factor that all organizations have to pay attention to. Often than none, we notice that there are perceived real gaps between strategy and implementation on ground. A lot of organizations, be it in the government sector or private or even non-profit organizations, might get into the trap of believing that the strategy is well understood at the tactical level, and eventually it should be implemented according to how it was written. But when we come to the ground zero and we realize that a strategy is not available or not reflected or not even understood to the ground zero, organizations will certainly get into the trap of project failure. So that's one of the dimensions that project leaders and organization leaders have to pay attention to while creating their strategy, as was mentioned by Ahmad, and furthermore drilling it down to the ground zero for implementation.
I think that's a wonderful lesson. We need to ensure that we're connecting that, and there's so many actions that we can take away from this session as well. I want to switch gears right now to our Senior Vice President. He's a veteran when it comes to program management. When we think about this, it means we're shaping strategic project leaders. How can project managers, how can they connect to become strategic project leaders, sir?
Thank you. That's a good question, Fulla. First of all, good morning. Assalamu alaikum. I'm glad to be here, and I would like to thank the organizers of the Global Project Management for allowing us this opportunity. To go back to the point you raised, Fulla, I would like to basically give an advice to each and every aspiring project managers to keep always in mind that they are not there to solve problems. They are not there to, dig for details, but rather they are there to lead a group of specialists, a group of creative people, a group of bright minds. So thinking of that, always keep in mind that your role is basically to devise a strategy. Your role is to look after those people. And from the people, the solutions will come. The innovation will come. It's always unfortunate to see project managers, sitting there, spending time, wasting resources, trying to find solutions to day-to-day problems. While in reality, if we think about what's the most critical aspect of projects, it's the human element, it's the people. People are always part of either the solution or the problem. And one might challenge that, okay, the problem might be something that is, unique to the project. It could be a site condition, it could be a defect, it could be a specification. But even if that's the case, then the human is part of the solution. So think about it this way. Look at the human element, develop the strategies with your people, look after your people, and then everything else will work out. So always, whenever we are faced with challenges in projects, whenever we are faced with, pressing demands from stakeholders, regulators, we always try to, get into the weeds, get into the details, but this is not our role as project leaders. We always have to stay there. We need to manage the politics. We need to look after the people, and I think everything else will work. So that's the advice I would like to give to all aspiring future project leaders.
Thank you so much for that as well. And I want to just connect that directly when we think about technology as well. We know we think make people the center, we need to equip our leaders as well. But as you know, technology is always going to be there. Today's AI, tomorrow it could be quantum physics. But nothing actually changes. And so when I think about that, Iman, how can especially project management officers, how can they leverage technology and still stay ahead when we think about the change and the disruption that's currently existing today?
I think the digital curve in general is some kind of change, and we need to deal with it as a change. So in a simple way, to manage that change, you need to have 3 steps. The first one is to get engaged. As a PMO team members or head or organization, you need to get engaged 360. Outside the organization, have a look at what is happening on the AI field. It's a new wave, and you should engage externally as well as internally. Having enough awareness, eliminate resistance. This is the first step you need to have. The second one is to transform. And to transform, the first thing, you have to empower people and enable them with enough skills, or the right mindset and the right toolkit as well. The third is to optimize, and because this is a continuous change. Today we have digital curve or digital wave. Tomorrow we may have another wave. So building that capability within the PMO is the main success to face that challenge and to move forward with any other new trend or new challenge.
Perfect, I love that, because the key here is, as project management officers who are governing how we run projects, the vision has to be clear, it has to be connected to exactly what the day-to-day needs to happen as well. So thank you so much for that. So when we think about strategic, we think about technology, there are people who are wondering, how can I connect all of this and kick off a role as a project manager? How can we really get there? I want to get that from Marco. I know you're passionate about people and empowerment for our students. So what does that look like for the next generation?
So first, good morning to everyone, and thank you, Fola, for such a lovely introduction. Yeah, so we want to show to young people that project management is exciting and also meaningful, because they don't want to just come at work at 7 and then leave at 4 without nothing. They want to see that they have impact in this world. And this is project management is about making impact. We are actually solving the real challenges. So they want to see that they are doing something. And as at PMI we are saying, we are maximizing project success to elevate our world. So this is about project management. It's definitely not boring. And unfortunately, in Europe, where I'm coming and from Slovenia, some people and some students and also some managers think that project managers are just replying or forwarding some emails. And this is really not okay. But it's our job as project manager professionals and teachers and lecturers to show them this is not the case. We are actually solving the real problems. We saw also the gap. It was published like 2 weeks ago, and it was also mentioned this yesterday that we have a gap of 30 million project managers in the world in the next 10 years. 30 million, it's a lot. If I remember the number correctly, it's 500,000 is missing here, project managers, so this is a lot. But okay, one point that we have a number, but we need to do something. We need to do something about this number. So we need to go to university, we need to educate people, we need to tell them that real project is definitely not boring. And you can also change the domains. For example, I was working in engineering for 7 years, I moved to construction business for 3 years, and now I'm in IT. So this is very exciting, and we need to show to people to this.
I think that's awesome. Always ensuring that we can connect our role at different levels. Successful project managers, successful leaders are ones who don't just look at one area of the business, from technology to IT to strategy to operations to supply chain. Having an idea and understanding how each aspect connects to each other are critical success factors, not even for your role as a PM, for the organization as a whole. Because as leaders, you are not just here to deliver on your project, we are here to ensure that we create value overall for our project. Now, I want to then tie this to decision making. Because projects are all about creating an outcome. But every single point of the way, executives are making decisions, PMs are making decisions. Ali, how can we truly make better decisions? How can we connect that together?
Okay, let's start with the basics. Decision making is not changing. The essence of decision making is not changing since ever the creation. How do we make decisions? It's going to change on the tools and the processes and the mindset that we're going to develop or we have developed throughout working experience and organization culture. That's going to change. Today, if we just take our memory back 3 years ago, talking about AI in project management was a myth. People would just laugh on you. What are you talking about? Today, I don't think any project manager should close ignore the existence and the opportunity of AI enabling better decision making.
Yeah.
So decision making based on few factors: the accuracy and the availability and the integrity of the data at the time of decision making. In addition to the decision maker's experience, which is not quantified into quantity.
Yes.
All right. So the availability of this information on the fingertips makes decision making even faster, and it should be better. The dependence also on AI tools to help prediction will help decision making in a better way. So I believe everybody knows EVM. If anybody remembers EVM back in the PMP exams, EVM still remains the same. Today, we should be able to generate our S-curve spontaneously on the fingertips of the decision-making time. We don't have to go back to historical records anymore in the time of making decisions, because AI tools will evolve in a way that they will provide us the information that we need to depend on for making decision. Now, it's not going to be fully dependent on AI. There will be a lot of human judgment in it, which is the experience, the gut feeling, the collective decision-making processes for leadership, and actually it supersedes leadership. It goes down all the way to ground zero. So an engineer on ground zero would be able to use the existing and the developing tools in AI to make more effective and faster decision-making process.
I think the key here, the theme here is about data. We need to ensure that we have the right data so we can make the right information, the right decision. And so as a project manager or as a leader, how are you ensuring that the data you have is always clean and consistent so the right decisions can actually be made all the time? So that's a quick takeaway. Be it a tool, as you've actually mentioned, but you need to be ensuring that we have the right information that are ready so that our leaders can make the perfect decision as well. I want to just switch this as well. When I think about our next generation, I know you're so passionate about this, Mr. Hamza. What do you think they can actually really do? When I think about your experience, your breadth, you've been an engineer, you've moved up the ranks to become a CEO. What was that journey really like, and how can they really learn and get those lessons to become the next CEO?
Thank you. Okay, first of all, I will answer this on behalf, a little bit on behalf of the panel, not on behalf of you, because you are from the next generation. Okay.
We made the joke before. I said, I need this. I need to answer this. I want to be the next CEO.
So the next generation, okay, what Gen Z or the millennia are looking for in our organizations. They are our sons, our daughter. They are like our sons. They are like our daughters. So you have to understand them well. You have to understand what they are looking for. What they are looking for in the organization. They are looking for leaders who lead and not direct, who can they approach at different times, who can help, who mentor them, teach them to reach to a point of maturity to take decisions, as Ali mentioned a while ago. So, and I like always to connect to personal experience somehow, and I will give you example of how we as a group or personally involved in trying to engage the next generation in the decision-making process, in growing their capabilities in the group, and in hearing their needs, making sure that they are engaged and enticed.
Yes.
Okay, so we get them involved in the group in different committees that has seniors, directors, juniors. So we always listen to their ideas, make sure that they participate in the vision, strategy, etc. But one of the small techniques that we utilize in the firm, and I'm personally involved in, is that we do what do we call CEO lunches. Okay. What is CEO lunches? Beyond the fun part, which is the lunch, okay? I do 20 lunches every quarter, 20 lunches every quarter, with 15 to 20 juniors/intermediates who are growing into different positions in the future. So, and they meet with me for about 70 to 80 minutes, okay? And this discussion, we eat and we discuss openly things. I don't have in this discussion any of their supervisors, okay? And we do not go into discussions related to attacking their supervisors or trying to blame on something. I set the scene with them by saying, okay, tell me how you want to develop yourself better, how you want to see the company doing better, and where do you see the company and yourself in 5 to 10 years from now. Okay? So, what's the benefit of that? The benefits for them is that they feel that they are close to the management. They are close to the decision makers of the organization. They can say things openly. And I always start by telling them what I see in the organization that is negative. So I set the scene so you can speak whatever you want. And tell them what is positive about the organization. So they start, open up, they discuss things openly with me, and they feel that their ideas are being listened to, and usually the outcome of this is usually grouped, themed, and we take them in different levels. We don't take personal notes only, we group them in themes and we address them. What does that benefit me as a CEO?
Oh, I think that's perfect. How many people want to work for that company? It seems like, yes, everyone is joining. But I think that's it. You're interested in the launch part. Yes. Exactly. But I think there's a central theme here because you're building trust. And the employees feel that they're connected to leadership. They understand what's coming and how they can be part of the change. And I really want to connect that to Engineer Fahad. How do they truly continuously build trust and psychological safety? Because you think about the fact that a lot of PMs are struggling with different issues. And I love the fact that you've created a space for them to come in and share and build that. What are the next things that leaders and organizations can keep doing so that we can improve and increase productivity overall?
Very good. And I'll start by maybe going back to a very good point Hamza made, aside from the lunch, which is very interesting.
Aside from the lunch.
I think for project leaders or leaders in general, it's always trying to find the what's in it for them. You know, you have a big team, or you have a company, a small company, or whatever it might be. Everyone in that basically group has something, and their needs, their aspirations, their basically ambitions are different from one another. So as a leader, connecting in a different level, connecting with those people, connecting in a personal level, maybe, you know, having these basically informal gatherings and trying to find out what's in it for them, trying to find what they're looking for in terms of their growth, in terms of their career aspiration, in terms of their concerns. Once you establish that, then you start the first steps into establishing that trust. And I'll use also an example, and I see among the audience one of the brightest future project leader. She's here with us today, and I'm happy to see her. She used to work with me, so I'm sure she can relate to this, Noura. One practice I used to do is basically, I spend a lot of time in the coffee room, and I'm sure she can relate to. And the reason I do that is that once we are away from the formal, you know, settings, away from the conference rooms, away from the offices, then people get at ease. You know, they can open up. We can have an easy one-to-one conversation. And we can discuss serious matters, either related to the projects, related to the organizations, related to what's happening around us, or even related to their needs. So you encourage people to speak up, you encourage people to feel safe around you and to talk about it. And guess what? Not only that, but that leads sometimes to solving some of the critical problems, that when you have 20 people in one room, everybody is trying to be creative and everybody is jumping and, you know, critiquing, you know, the other one's point. But then when you have that one-to-one, you know, people feel comfortable to give you their candid opinion. You know what? We thought about this, we thought about that, but there is a much faster way to solving this. We could do this, this, and that. You know, he or she may not feel, you know, comfortable, you know, expressing their opinion in front of a big group, and that's fine. You know, so I encourage all the aspiring project or future leaders to basically adapt that. Get away from the formality, you know, get informal, get personal, get close to your teams and establish that one-to-one bond and that trust, and you will see miracles. You will see miracles in terms of their growth, in terms of, you know, the harmony among your team, in terms of the trust, and so far and so forth.
You heard the word, we're going to see miracles, and we're going to come back and be sure that those miracles actually happen. I love that. I wanted to, you know, attach that when I think about this, connecting on a personal level, we still have risk that actually connected to this. And every single time we think about it, people say technology is here. I want to go to Iman. How exactly can we de-risk technology taking center stage when it comes to roles of the project manager, and how we can connect and stay a little bit safer, feeling that those roles will still be there in the future? What can project professionals start thinking to fortify themselves today for the future?
Well, let me start with a personal story. It's a short one, but I think it's imply a lot of lessons. You know, I'm coming from consulting background, so we had a very nice client. We developed a piece of art and we sent it to him. In a few seconds, he replied, "Shouldn't that report contains that and that?" And what he did actually, he sent it to ChatGPT and got some feedback and sent it immediately to us. But what he didn't know that we did our homework and we personalized the piece of art for him. And at the last moment, we checked that with our internal ChatGPT, and we found that everything is there, but in another format, in different format. The risk here that some people, including project managers, will over-rely on the AI. Some people will mistrust the human side for the sake of AI. This is an issue we started to see. We still need to keep the human at center, keep the trust with the human judgment. Otherwise, we are not only calling for best fit, but we are calling only for best practice or previous work. And this is a big difference. As project manager, as PMO, as a consultant, You have to look after the best fit rather than the best practice. ChatGPT or any other AI tool right now is bringing the best practice at the click of your fingers. This is not what you should be looking after. This is risky. However, it's an opportunity for you to not start from scratch. So I believe both should be balanced, the risks and opportunity when it comes to using the AI or any kind of technology related to it.
I love that. I think the key here is we think about process, we think about people, we think about technology. Technology is always going to be there, but there's always a human element that connects everything together. So as leaders, how are we ensuring that we leverage the intellect, the critical thinking, and those skills that are needed to fortify the future? And that brings me to you, Ali. As a CEO, you've actually held different roles as well. Will AI really replace the roles of a project manager? Or what is going to replace the PMs?
Yes, it will replace the PMs.
Okay.
So let me tell you how. Like I mentioned, 3 years ago, AI in PM was a myth. People would just laugh if you mention it. Today, if you don't mention it, people laugh on you.
That's right.
So it's a de facto. And it's your strength as a project manager to use the right enablers for you to be successful.
Yes.
So if we have this conversation next year, then probably organizations will also be assessed by the maturity of AI adoption in project management. This is something that's going to come either today, tomorrow, very soon. Organizations are assessed through maturity models. Adoption of technology is always there, but today it will be focus of how you are making the best use of what's available today and what's trending. So yes, it will change the way we're working. It will not change the principles. We'll still be working through scope, time, and budget. But with the tools that are available today are a great opportunity. And I don't want to take much of time, but an example on something had happened on the workshop. There was a workshop day one here in the forum where a group of teams have generated the AI model within the workshop. So it was a very limited time with limited information. They were trained there, and they generated models that could predict some of the risks that they run through the projects.
Yeah.
So if we scale this up and embed it in our organizations, it will give us the power of mitigating a lot of risks, for example. And risk is just being one element of all the other elements that we have to take care of as project leaders and project managers.
I think that's critical. The key here is technology will always be there, but how are you leveraging technology today to ensure that you can leverage that? Because mundane tasks, maybe like taking notes, like we talk about risk, multicolor analysis, these things can be done faster, cost analysis as well. But what about the strategic connection, the gray area thinking? Those are the things that you can actually use to stand out from everybody else. And I want to turn this now to Marco. When we think about the next generation, they are also scared, like I'm going to university, I'm learning project management. What tools are available? What support's actually available for the next generation to be sure that they can actually have a successful career in the next 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, basically, when I go to the university and I speak with my students, I always tell them that they need to have a balanced mix of everything now. So they need to have education from university, which is very important because it gives you like a wide, broad range of knowledge. And funny thing is, the few years back when I was attending the university, I was one of the few people who were combining engineering and business degree. But now this is a trend in Slovenia. It's a trend and it's excellent. People want to learn, students want to learn, so this is a good thing. And then, of course, you want to be like an expert in one of the particular domains, you need to do the certificate. For example, if you want to be an expert in finance, you have CFA, or if you want to have an expertise in project management, you obtain a PMP. And probably you already heard, we have Mr. Lee here, he is one of the founders of PMP certificate, so everybody who wants to take this certificate, you should speak with Mr. Lee, right? And yeah, and then I always tell the students that it comes to the soft skills. You need the soft skills. Half of the time when I'm speaking in university, I emphasize how important are soft skills in the project management. You need to know how to manage different teams, speak with different people, manage also difficult stakeholders. You know how to represent the data, for example, to the board member, and next day you need to know how to speak with the developer, you know. And a lot of students are asking me, you know, can I learn these things? I'm not an expert in this. Yes, everything is possible. Also public speaking, you can learn, you know. Don't start with the event like this, you know, you should start in a smaller room, but you can learn this, you know. So yeah, it's a combination of everything, yeah.
I love it. I think the foundation is actually the technical skills. We go to university, we go to school, you become a great engineer, but we have to layer that up with psychological skills. How do you understand how leaders make decisions? How can you connect on the personal side? How can you ensure that you're not just going to approach that leader at the wrong time? What is innate for you and what is innate for them? Connecting all of that may be that key piece that can differentiate you from the next leader as well. So that's definitely awesome. I want to shift gears. I know we talk about technology process, but now we cannot forget about our environment. We cannot forget, we want to talk about sustainability. But there are different layers to that. Creating a successful organization means we have to create sustainable growth. How can we truly ensure that we're making the right decisions that ensure that our businesses are definitely successful? Because all the leaders are wondering, how can we make this decision? I want to go to our CEO that everyone wants to work for now. You're going to get loads of applications now. How can we leverage that? Creating maybe just sustainable businesses as well. What's your take on that for the next generation PMs?
Yeah, it actually starts, or it's always combined by having a direction as a firm and doing that at a project level. Meaning, you have to have a direction as a firm that you want to apply sustainability consideration, and you do your ESG reporting, and you want to respect the communities that you live in. And if you have that as a direction as a firm, all employees should somehow abide by in doing their daily operations. However, what we have done differently is that in every single project, at the project charter level, at the beginning of the project, we give the director or the leader of the project to set the guidelines for the project team on sustainability and in respecting environmental consideration and community issues. And we tell the director, or we ask the director to get every single team member out of their comfort zone and not only think of the solution or the design solution or the project management procedures, etc. Think how they are going to add value to the communities that they live in, and how they can add value to the project they produce to become sustainable. And if you combine both, it becomes a way of life and in the DNA of the organization and in the way that we interact on daily basis.
I kind of concur with Hamza, and I've worked also on projects which has zero harm policy.
Yeah.
Zero harm has to be defined, and maybe it's different from organization to another, from project to another, but bringing these values to the organization level and then drill it down through strategy all the way to project implementation and product delivery will pay off the results. Yesterday we saw a presentation, and there was a interesting statistic that says 92% of sustainable value projects are successful. There's more buy-in from the community for the values and the outcomes of the projects. And it's just through by paying attention to what the community needs and how we keep projects sustainable.
I think sustainability is a piece that we cannot overlook, and integrating that to our day-to-day practice. And I love the fact that we are thinking about that, we're conscious about the environment, as well as ensuring that we can create businesses that can also stand the test of time. I think that's critical. I want to hear from I also want to hear from you as well. What are your thoughts on just sustainable practices? How can PMs integrate that in their day-to-day as well?
Well, I think PMs look at their projects holistically, from the beginning to the end. Each and every component, you will find an area where you can implement sustainability properly. So when you think about sustainability, it starts with the inception. You don't think about it down the road when you are executing and then you are measuring your KPIs and you are not performing. No, think about it at the beginning, at the forefront. Because, for instance, if you look at welfare facilities, there is an area for sustainability. If you look at the materials, there is plenty of area for sustainability. If you look at assembling facilities, this hall around us, this big hall, there is many ways you can assemble it in a sustainable manner. So looking at sustainability and embedding these ESG measures and KPIs within each and every aspect of the project is the way to go forward. And then once you do it, once you embrace that mindset, and then at the end of the day you come and you try to analyze the whole project as a system, then you find the rewards, basically. But what usually happens is that we go by our projects and then jump to each and every initiative that comes our way, but without looking holistically, we miss basically opportunities here and there that could make even the most impact. So in simple words, sustainability, meeting ESG requirements start from the inception, and always think throughout the life cycle of the project. Throughout the life cycle of the project, each and every area has something to offer, each and every scope has something to offer, and we can maximize that. And now with the technology that we've been talking about, with the latest practices, with the evolving materials around us, you can achieve a lot, basically.
I think that's actually great, looking holistically and connecting all the different elements. I really want to hear from Mr. Manzo. You bring a wealth of experience from consulting as well, and you're more about transformation. How can project leaders take that idea of transforming things and incorporate sustainability practices as well? So what has your experience been like, and what are the lessons that we can take away?
Well, let me first kill the idea that you either manage things or lead things. Throughout my experience, I didn't see any successful project manager without leading or leadership skills. I have never seen a successful leader without some management skills. So they are not separated or different or distinguished two tracks. So as a project leader, I need three things mainly, and maybe this is one of the main takeaways. As a leader, you need the mindset, the right mindset, and when it comes to sustainability, you need to ask yourself and everyone 360 question: why? Why we are doing that? Why the organization is doing it? What is the environment impact? What everyone interested in it or against it, and why? The more messages got answered, the more messages you can communicate. And to be over-communicator as a leader is much, much better than being lack communicator. Add or repeat the message as much as you can. The second one is the skill set. And among all skills as a leader you have to obtain, I think delegation and supervision is the most important two skills. And to get this acted and behaviored, the question who can do that is the key success factor to you as a leader. Some leaders, because they are keen, once they don't find who can do things, they jump and do it by themselves. That's why they get overwhelmed. Advice for any leader: if you can't find who can do something, try to find someone who knows who can do it. Don't jump and do it yourself. The third aspect is the toolkit. So you have to gain the right mindset, the skill sets, and the third one is the toolkit. And in that regard, you need to be up to the communication tools, up to the delegation tools, up to the dashboards, up to the how to supervise and delegate. All of that with the different KPIs we were able to add to each phase of the project, having the ESG KPIs embedded in the project benefits and project impacts, which we need to continuously measure. I think by that, we embedded the skills and the leadership mindset within the project when it comes to sustainability.
Awesome, I think that's fine. And I love the fact we spoke about mindsets and skill sets and tool sets. You kind of stole my lines though. I love that. We're going to come back to it. Almost like a wrapping would. I want to go right next to Marco. What can actually project leaders think about the future as the final piece when it comes to technology, process, and integrating all of that together? What will be your final takeaway for everyone listening today?
I will be short because we are lack of time. Yeah. But for the takeaway, let me say that the young leaders are ready, but we also need to meet them halfway. We need to give them an opportunity.
The leaders are ready. Let's get the opportunities ready. Awesome. We're going to go right to Fahad.
Well, I would say basically to every aspiring project leader, always think or be the leader of people. You know, everything else will take care of itself, but be the leader of people.
Make people the center. Mr. Engineer Hamza, I want to hear from you, sir.
I would say AI, and maybe I will contradict a little bit with Ali on this, because I have to. AI and technology will be an enabler in the future. After 3, 4, 5 years, we will think of AI as we used to think in the internet when we started talking about internet. It will become a necessity. We will not talk about it. We will need to keep working, investing in people. People deliver the solution.
Perfect. That's actually great. So we've got the enabling factor of AI. That's awesome. We want to hear from you, Mr. Ali.
So I don't know what will change. We cannot tell the future.
Okay.
But one thing we know which will not change is the people and the power of people for our success.
Correct.
So invest in people and enable them. And as everybody agrees here, especially Hamza, is that people is the centric of the success of our countries, our organizations, of anything we do.
The key message here is we need the right mindset. We need the right tools in our toolkit. We need the right skill set. And I talk about the lead set, the leadership capability, as well as the heart set. To connect with the people, we need to ensure that we have the right skills to make the work actually happen. We understand the people, but we can actually make the right decisions because we understand the why and the meaning behind it. I want you to connect with psychology. Why do your leaders behave a certain way? At what particular times as well? Understanding psychology and decision making as well are keys that are absolutely critical. I just want to say, I just had the best panelists today. I want to say thank you so much all for doing this. Is there anything else you want to add before we just give it a round of applause? Okay,
One
yes.
single thank you, Fola, for facilitating that and making this really a successful discussion.
Thank you so much. It's been a great pleasure. Thank you, GPMF. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. Let's go.
Thanks to our moderator and panelists. Next up, we have Luke Getting, Future of Work expert. Luke will show us how to equip Gen Z and beyond with the power skills they need in the next generation project management. Luke, the floor is yours.
Me? All right. Just getting the Yeah, you like it so far? Excellent. Just getting the slideshow queued up. Amazing. So this morning, we're here to talk about the future of teams and empowering Gen Z. And the last panel did a terrific job of getting that conversation started, so I just want to keep building on that momentum today. I see a lot of familiar faces here, so I appreciate those connections. But for those of y'all who don't know me, my name is Luke, and I am not Gen Z. You're like, yeah, we can see that. We have eyes. So don't try to say cool words to me like Delulu, because I won't get them. So we're going to talk about generations, and for those of you who don't study generations daily like I do, I wanted to provide this quick definition here. When we speak about Gen Z, this is the generation born after the millennials, between 1997 and 2012. Now, Gen Z is perceived, I feel like, as the baby interns just entering the workforce, but actually, at this stage now in 2025, the oldest Gen Z are 28 years old already. Does that surprise y'all? So they're approaching their 30s. And in fact, they already make up nearly 1/4, 25% of the global workforce today. So they are very much part of our project teams and our organizations. So as a millennial, I feel like I'm well positioned to kind of play a role of a translator or a bridge between the generations. Having over a decade of experience consulting about employee engagement, I gave a TEDx talk about the Great Workplace Rewrite as it relates to digital natives. And I have a podcast called Gen Z at Work, talking about interviews with Gen Z employees and managers and org leaders about interacting and getting the most from this generation. And I have an upcoming book coming out. So like I said, I feel like I really can understand and appreciate both sides of the conversation. And let's be honest, sometimes debate around Gen Z in the workforce. On one hand, I do feel like a lot of the negativity around this generation was first said about the millennials. Things like, they're lazy, they're entitled, they don't want to work. If they stop buying so much avocado toast in Starbucks, they can afford houses. I don't know. But I also want to empathize that there is a very high cost to low engagement on our teams and our organizations. As an owner of a consultancy and leader of a team myself. So what can we do about this situation? We've had the great resignation period. We've had a lot of high turnover over the last 3, 4, 5 years across organizations and across the world. Does that mean that we have to become like Gen Z? You're learning all the cool phraseology and TikTok dances? Now, real quickly, I gotta ask y'all, GPMF, in the spirit of trying to evolve and get out of our comfort zone a little, is anyone interested in seeing this aging millennial attempt a TikTok dance for you this morning? A little bit, a tepid response. Well, let's give this a shot. If you're not interested in seeing that, just shield your eyes for like 30 seconds. We'll get some energy going here today. I flew 22 hours to embarrass myself in front of y'all this morning. So yeah, appreciate the support. The good news though is I don't think that's the answer. However, if you do want to lead your next project stand-up with a little TikTok dance, it can bring some energy. But instead, I would like to propose that we be willing to evolve with Gen Z. This collaborative, cooperative spirit being the main insight there. And again, good news is no dancing is necessarily required. But there is a really bottom line motivator to try to connect with this next generation. Gallup did an analysis a few years ago about employee engagement, and they found that the top performing organizations for employee engagement saw on average 23% higher profitability. And organizations with low employee engagement saw up to 43% higher turnover. So again, sometimes this feels like a touchy-feely kind of topic, but there is a real bottom line motivator for connecting with all our generations in the workforce. So next I want to talk about some core characteristics of Gen Z. And I'm going to call this segment Z in 3. We're going to go through it quickly because this is not a 3-hour panel workshop. So we're going to have to be quick about it. And of course, anytime talking about generations and trying to make a global categorization, there are going to be some exceptions. We're going to make some broad strokes generalizations here. But again, these are the top 5 characteristics I think it's really important for you to be aware of. This is a digital native generation. This is an idealistic generation, entrepreneurial. They work to live, and they highly value flexibility. But I want to go a little bit deeper on each of those, so we're going to hit you with a little lightning preview of all 5 of those characteristics. So digital nativity. This is the first really generation that has grown up every single day of their life with the internet being available. So they've always been able to look up information, find the why. They are very used to personalized experiences and seeking out authentic experiences and turning to video tools like TikTok for information rather than Googling something. They're a very idealistic generation, very values forward in the workplace and trying to combine and bring one's whole self to the workplace. Things like environmental sustainability, equality, workers' rights. This is a generation that really is pushing that forward. They are highly entrepreneurial. It has never been easier to start a business around the world, and Gen Z is taking advantage of that. In the US, I've seen stats as high as 70% of Gen Z have a so-called side hustle. And that can be an entrepreneurial spirit that we can absolutely leverage on our project teams. This is a generation that really seeks and prioritizes work-life balance. They have seen generations before them get burnt out, work 60, 80, 100-hour weeks, and then crash, and then have their companies lay them off even after putting in all that effort. So they are very conscious of that, to the extent that they sometimes will even forego a promotion to maintain that work-life balance. And finally, they very much value flexibility, both in work arrangements, but also because, as compared to other generations at their age, they don't tend to have as high of rates of home ownership or starting families, and so they have a ton of flexibility to pick up and leave, try a new industry, and try a new place to live. So those are our 5 characteristics here. I will make a cheat sheet available at the end of today's session that recaps some of these lists as well. So now that we have a better understanding of this generation, what are some strategies that we can connect with them as project managers and really lead high priority initiatives? First of all, and the panel earlier talked about this, it is critical to lead with why, with purpose, with the meaning of what our work is about. Because again, this is a generation that has always been able to find the why through a few clicks, a quick search. And so when we just tell commands, that's a very unusual experience for them. It's something that's going to create disengagement. So leading with why, both from an overall project, how does this help our organization, how does this help our community, but also how does their individual contribution matter? Communicating that regularly. This is also a generation very used to high-touch communications. Again, growing up with the internet, they've always had constant messaging and been able to access their friends within seconds. And so when we're only connecting with our teams on a retrospective or on a monthly or even annual check-in, it's completely foreign to them. Thinking, strategizing how we can just touch base quickly, informally, on more of a daily basis. They're also used to creating rapid progress as part of that digital mentality. There's constant updates, there's constant progress bars, they can see levels and badges, etc. And so when we get into organizations where nothing really changes for a year, 2 years, 5 years, and then maybe they'll be considered for a promotion someday, again, a very contradicting experience for them. So helping to connect with them and helping to understand what are their priorities, what are they trying to achieve with their career, how can we align that as much as possible with our project goals and our organizational priorities and help map that out and then gamify the process along the way. Things like training programs, mentorships, career mapping can really help create more engagement and buy-in on their pathway at that organization, at your organization, instead of choosing to leave and pursue other opportunities. Gamification is an incredible way to help do that. Again, this is part of that digital native psychology. They've been experiencing mobile apps and digital platforms since they could first steal their parents' iPads. And so they are used to seeing these types of motivators, things like badges, points, levels. And so thinking about how we can create some of those on our project teams and recognize people for contributions that they've made along the way and give them those micro credentials can help them see that they are making progress, that they're not stagnating. I want to tell this story about one of the guests on my podcast named Samira. She had worked for many large organizations, IBM, Deloitte, Grainger. And at one of those organizations, she was struggling with a team that just simply was not collaborating. Everyone was working very individually, budget. They would get even more prizes. They would get things like extra vacation time. Pretty motivating, right? And as part of that, the collaboration went from very siloed to people really working together and being incentivized to collaborate through a relatively minimal investment. So yes, gamification can very much be that motivator. I'd also encourage you all to think about this idea of a skills marketplace. How we can share and incentivize our teams to share skills among each other. The idea being people can self-nominate things that they are talented at, whether it's a more technical skill, how to leverage a project management platform or software, or maybe more of a power skill, how to connect with stakeholders, how to give a presentation. And setting up ways that we can connect. Maybe it's on a weekly basis, even a monthly basis, and someone could lead that meeting. We talked about CEO lunches, right, in the panel just before. I love a similar idea. Making time to step away from the day-to-day and share among our teams. This would be a great way to connect with that next generation and make sure that knowledge transfer is taking place. And setting up that on a weekly cadence. But I encourage you to keep those relatively small groups, 5-ish, 7 or so people or fewer, so that it really can be a dynamic conversation and two-way exchange. Another idea, I talked about that entrepreneurial spirit of this generation. Another really exciting idea is this idea of an internal side hustle. Side hustle is kind of the cool phrase for that entrepreneurial gig. And so Google has classically had this idea of 20% time at their organizations, where they have carved out a day every week for people to work outside of their day-to-day job and more on the job. Think about side projects that could be valuable. And I'm really excited about this idea in this era of AI and digital tools where things are constantly changing, right? And there's so many things we'd be interested in exploring, but we just never have the time. So carving out time for our team members, not just Gen Z, everyone to have a little bit of moments to pursue these entrepreneurial ideas can make a big impact down the line. Platforms like Gmail were developed through this idea of internal side hustles. And then also when we get into the AI, we're just going to scratch the surface on this in this short amount of time, but a very low-hanging fruit is using AI tools for knowledge capture. So anytime you have a critical stand-up, or you're outlining your project plan, or you're doing a training, if you capture that content on video or audio and create a transcript around that, you can inject that into your AI tools and start to create like a one-page guide or a detailed list that people can refer back to. And you don't have to sit there and type it out like you used to. The AI can auto-generate that. It's incredibly valuable. Anytime now I have a meeting where I feel like this is something I will eventually have to have another meeting down the road like this, I make sure I'm transcribing it and creating guides from that. Because again, you can repackage those in so many different ways using these AI tools now. My personal favorite, by the way, Claude.ai, similar to ChatGPT. I want to give that a shout out. It's a really incredible tool. So those are some quick hitting strategies on how you can connect with this next generation. And in summation, I just want to encourage you, be willing to evolve. I know at this Global Project Management Forum, we have an incredible amount of experience and talent and people who have created incredible systems and processes. But again, the workplace is constantly changing around us. And so some of those systems tools might need to be tweaked and evolve because the workplace evolves as well. And those who are willing to do that are going to have better positioning for their project teams, for their organizations, for their societies, and even GPMF for a better world. So with all that said, thank you so much for your attention here this morning. I've got some resources for you if you're interested, a cheat sheet. I can send you that link. Thank you. If you would be willing, if you want any of those resources, just fill out the survey on Slido here. Let me know what you thought of today's session. And if you want to continue this conversation, just let me know and connect with me on any of my channels. Again, thank you so much. Have an amazing rest of your day too. And best of luck connecting and empowering Gen Z and your project teams in 2025 and beyond.
How to
Thank
use
you,
the
Luke.
clicker.
Insightful and inspiring. Next up, Maria Belova from Clenovera will share how to navigate IT development in US government-funded healthcare projects, balancing business, legal, and technical needs for patient-centric outcomes. Please join me in welcoming Maria to the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How do you hear me? Well? Okay. So, let me try to click this. Okay. Have you ever been physically lost as a child? I have. I was so inspired by picking up berries with my mommy in the forest, so I went way too far, and when I turned around, I realized that I was completely alone. So that's exactly how I remember this great forest, fresh air, sunny, shining through the trees, this green grass under my feet, and complete loneliness. Thanks God, it didn't last long, but long enough for me as a child. And since the time, I'm really scared staying alone in a vast unknown area, so I'm very happy that you're all here supporting me in this, my first speaking journey. And if I turn around, I hope you will all stay. And this feeling of loneliness created a feeling in me that I had to know everything to survive. And in time, that transformed in my understanding of success, and no matter what I will be in fact dealing with afterwards. And these feelings, they were with me when I got my first project 6 years ago. It was a clinical research project, and I was again in my forest. But reality proved me that I had not to know everything to make my projects successful. And today I invite all of you to my PM world of healthcare research IT, which formed me as a specialist and, well, is still continue forming. So what is a clinical research in fact? This is a study. It aims to understand what works better for patient care before we apply this in real life. It might be testing new treatments, new tools, or even new healthcare processes. And as always, everything starts with an idea. We get the data, we analyze them, we get insights, and then we apply these insights in real life. And our vendor team, we are responsible for the development of the IT solutions which help researchers collect data for further analysis. And based on our experience with top US clinics, I prepared a simplified case scenario for asthma project. It will collect information about asthma symptoms in order to understand how good the treatment which patients are getting. And Dr. Smith will help me in this journey. Dr. Smith is our client persona. He is a practicing physician, he has a solid research experience, so he provides us a broader vision, and we translate this into practical and business solutions. He has a little understanding of the IT complexities, so he usually assumes that things are done much easier and faster than they are in fact. And he's very inspired. He generates lots of ideas, what we might add to our project scope. And initially, I tried to agree with everything what my client asked, because that was the easiest way to build trust. Is it right? Was it right? Yes. Yes and no, because I realized it was one of the biggest traps. And everything starts in our projects with a project manager. He's always more than a manager. He's a translator, facilitator, a great politician. So, and everything else what is needed to make this project happen. So our doctor is applying for a new grant, and he needs preliminary estimates of the future IT solution for the proposal. We know that the scope will be around 3 roles of patient, clinician, admin, 1 integration, but the details are not defined yet. And the estimation process, which we are going to perform, it will be non-paid for both of the sides. So really no one wants to spend much time on this. Scope details are not defined, so we need to add enough buffers to cover estimation errors and scope changes, which will definitely happen. And our estimation, that will be the base for our future fixed budget. Because, let me go out. Because the IT solution will be just the part of a grant overall, and grant itself has a limited sponsorship. And to solve this task, we use a combination of methods with focusing on providing very, very detailed assumptions of the things which we estimate. And of course, we provide a range of estimates to cover possible variances. And a range, that's our estimation. We will share this with our doctor. And once it is done, we literally forget about this, because it might take up to 6 or even 8 months before proposal is reviewed, approved, and sponsored. So 8 months later, our doctor becomes our client, and that is the value of our budget. It should cover all the scope, and we set up our budget focusing on non-value activities. That is everything connected with the security compliance procedures and stakeholder engagements. We highlight these activities to the client and spendings, and if possible, we even shift it to the client side. And I have a question to you. Do you like answering questions? Yes, but not everyone. How would you react if there are 150 questions to answer in a row? That is the general amount of questions of the security compliance checklist, which covers everything connected with the application, our internal processes, company, team, everything what you might imagine and even cannot imagine. And we have to fill this in for every clinic which will be working with our application. And our success here is based on the point that we should understand what we are estimating. We should have enough reserves, and we should accurately tracking every dollar. Our application will be gathering information about asthma symptoms. There will be the same 3 roles of patient, clinician, admin, one integration. Other clinics may join during the study as well. So we have 2 types of scope to work with. Standalone one, it will be finalized in 3 web applications for each of the roles. We own, as a vendor team, we own the scope and we are developing this alone as a team. It's very changeable, and what is amazing, there are no random users working with these applications. They are all pre-selected and pre-trained. And another integrates a scope. This scope is responsible for the automatic import of patient data from clinical systems where our doctor is working in to our applications. And another team, integration clinical team, is responsible for this, but we are working on this together. Our scope changes, which happen a lot because our client is very generative. It feels like opening Pandora's box, or the same like opening a box with unpleasant surprises. Because everything what starts like a minor UI tweak leads to unexpected complexities. These changes are, in most cases, for the UI look and feel, or they duplicate already existing functionality. Yes, they generate lots of discussions on the client side, or what is worse, these changes might not be used by the client. The easiest slide. That's the typical example of the UI change. Our client couldn't decide which background is better, with these confettis or without, so we switched from one to another. I think it happened 5 or 4 times. So next time when I get a request from the client for the UI change, I share the mockup and take a diplomatic pause. Another example is connected with the configuration feature. Our client wanted to make it possible for him to set up how to collect data from patients. We implemented this feature, performed all the training. He was very excited. And what happened next? Do you know? I think some of you know. The client has never used this feature. It was much easier for him to be back to us and to ask to perform the job. So next time, I keep in mind the behavioral habit of my client and focus on this. So we are focusing on asthma symptoms in the scope of this scenario. But other diseases might have the same needs to collect information about their symptoms. And what is amazing here, we might reuse most part of our application. Because the way how we collect information from patients, that is standardized. And the scope similarity really helps us to deliver faster and to deliver cheaper. This symptoms information in our healthcare domain, it is called protected health information. It is protected by each country and by each healthcare organization in this country. And this data is controlled by the standards. It's controlled in the way how we organize the data and how we exchange data between healthcare institutions. But That's the standards. But we integrated with 3 clinics. One clinic has not implemented the standard yet. Another implemented partially, another implemented in its own way. So when we work with clinical institutions, we need to make sure that we understand the specifics of the integration points. And what it means for our application. It should be hosted in a secure place. Usually it is the clinic itself where our doctor works. It should be implemented based on the standards, and it should contain the legally required features. And our success is based on the point that we should focus on what the study really needs, keeping compliance in mind. My favorite part, lots of pictures are coming, no text. So our project can be started in October, and study launch is in June. That is the same way going live for application. So we are planning backward from June. It's non-movable date. In order to go live, application should be released. Our clinic will be releasing the application. It has its own predefined release windows, and let's assume our will be in May. But in order to be removed, do you remember that 150 question checklist? We need time to fill this in. So we reserve 3-4 months to pass through all these compliance procedures. And our internal deadline to finish our part of the scope is somewhere in January. So far, so good. Remembering our 2 types of scope. Integrated one, which we share with the integrated team. This team has its own schedule, so we need to agree with them on the integration testing phase. Let's assume our is in March. Cool. But we know there will be lots of delays connected with the communication issues, access issues, and lack of documentation as well. So that's why we start working as soon as we can. And yes, we exaggerate. For every client task and external tasks, we add 50% buffer time to cover possible delays. Usually, it is enough. But exceptions exist to prove the rules. And once it took 2 weeks for our client to extend the server memory where our application is hosted, instead of planned 50 minutes, just because of the internal processes. And our standalone scope, we start working on this as soon as we can. And our success here is best based on the point that we should coordinate tightly what we can't control. Our doctor helps us to define our stakeholders. There are numerous of them, and they are working part-time. So our stakeholder persona, it is a well-defined and known person, thanks to the organizational structure or processes. Each person owns their own part of the puzzle of the project. And only we, vendor team, we own the whole view and the status. They're working part-time, that always creates delays, and they are not involved in our budget, so usually they are absolutely ignorant how the changes influence our project status. And that is why, that is how we work. We concentrate on the close engagement and tight engagement of our doctor and his coordinator. And thanks God, coordinator is responsible for the engagement for all the rest of stakeholders, either in his clinic or other clinics. There is a constant exchange of expertise. If needed, we train integration team or clients team technology, the latest technologies, and they explain to us the specifics of the clinical domain. We involve everyone based on their domain of responsibility. I remember those meetings of 15, 20 people when we were discussing something. Everything seemed fine, but nothing moved on because the key decision maker, he just was not invited to this call. We keep our technical work transparent, and we try to prevent misunderstandings before they really happen. And our success here is based on the point that we should communicate better rather than communicate more. We discussed risks with our doctor, and he thinks that timeline and budget are the main risks for the project. But is it really so? In fact, the main risks are around the data. Because application itself, it doesn't mean absolutely anything. It is like this clicker. If it doesn't work, I don't need this. And if we have no data, research will fail. And we deal with 3 types of risks here. Security and compliance, making sure that only authorized people can access our protected health information. Availability, data should be available when we need it. And quality and consistency. Because inaccurate data can lead to incorrect research results. And our success is based on the point that we should protect the data. If data fails, the study will fail. And our lessons learned. These projects really are about the unknowns, if I can say like this. We create buffers, and we're really prepared for the worst. We plan and prepare our client for the invisible work. We keep our client focused on what the study really needs. But keep in mind compliance. By the way, compliance doesn't prevent any failure. It just makes it more expensive. And communication is a deliverable itself. Because if our client doesn't know how to use the application, we didn't do our job. We really failed. And these projects, they rarely go as planned. That's true. And our tight focus is not on the timeline, scope, or budget, but on the client engagement. Because if we could earn our clients' trust and respect, the projects will succeed, no matter what. And a good project manager is not the one who knows everything, but the one who can identify weak points and address them. And that is all. Thank you for being with me this morning. I will be happy to discuss all your questions here or in LinkedIn. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Maria, for that truly insightful session. We now move on to our next session. We have with us Tayfun Jankujuk from MEXT Technology Center. He will unpack AI use cases, green and digital transformation, and how to generate real business value with AI tools in project management. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Tayfun Jankujuk.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Tayfun. I am the Business Development Director for MEXT Technology Center. Today, I will be talking about how we utilize AI in next generation projects. Starting with background on MEXT. So MEXT Technology Center is currently 5 years old. But we have the roots going back to 1959. We are part of the Metal Association in Turkey. So we founded upon 270 different companies association, and we set up the Technology Center in 2020. So MEXT is a technology center combining all the needs of digital transformation, sustainability, and AI under one roof. So it is serving in 4 different pillars. Starting from the digital factory, we have a digital factory based in Istanbul. It's 10,000 square meters, physically located there. We have diagnostic services. We do provide consultancy services and technical maturity assessments for companies in terms of digital maturity, sustainability, or AI. And so far, we had been interacted more than 15 sectors and around 700 companies in the last 5 years. Also, our third services is about the training and capability building. We have a huge ecosystem of training systems here. So we had trained more than 31,000 people in the last couple of years. Out of them, around 5,000 is C-suite people. So we train from operators to C-level people. And the strongest arm of us is the partnership. At Maxt, we have a big scale of scale-up startups, global and local players working together with us, delivering services together with our needs and requirements. And at Maxt, we had hosted more than 350 different events and welcoming more than 15,000 people as visitors in the last couple of years. Inshallah, we will be having the next maybe Global Project Management Forum in Istanbul together with us. So you see on the right-hand side a small picture from Maxt Technology Center. This is our physical place. So it's a real factory producing products, but also implementing use cases to see how they perform for the benefits of our members, our clients. And also we are partnered with the rest of the globe. Through McKinsey, we are their designated learning and innovation factory located in Istanbul, and also we are part of World Economic Forum as being their center for advanced manufacturing. And also we host Microsoft Manufacturing Core in the center just for the use of Microsoft solutions. The most important point for Maxt, we are very well integrated to the AI world. In Europe, you may know that there is an initiative called Digital Europe Program. So in Europe, there are many digital innovation centers. That's a project has been funded by European Union and covering around 80 billion euros in 4 different pillars, from supercomputers, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and digital skills. So Maxt is one of the digital innovation centers in this hub as an AI center. So we set up the center to benefit not only for Turkey, but also for the European countries and even for the Middle Eastern companies. And we are the first AI center located in Turkey. So the value proposition of us as an AI center is working in 4 different pillars. So we have a place to test before invest. So, you know, 80% of the AI projects are failing because of misalignment, resource allocations, and other issues. But at Maxt, we believe that testing before investing is the key step to start an AI project. So we provide the solutions like the infrastructure, technical consultant services, or use case identification services to help the companies to test their ideas before investing further. The second step is training and upskilling. We know we have a huge gap on the skills, especially in the new era of AI. So we are helping organizations to fulfill the needs in terms of trainings and other stuff. We have innovation and ecosystem, technology ecosystem. So we also provide some market intelligence, accelerator programs for the companies. And last but not the least, we also help companies to access to the finance. Because we know having the right financing model is very key for companies to empower new techniques and solutions. So we are also helping startups, scale-ups, and accelerating them for the global landscape. So this is how we treat AI. And our journey normally starts with AI assessment. So we do provide an AI assessment. It is like a short assessment or a long version. And then we provide with a detailed workshop, solutions and products workshop. And then we provide trainings to the key people. And then we go for the prototyping and showcasing. The reason why I'm explaining this, AI is a big journey for the companies. So it's not like utilizing a single product on the benefit of a single topic. So it's a mindset change and also a big transformation for the total organization. So this is the way how we handle at Maxt for the AI transformations. Coming back to the overall AI agenda. You know, AI is a big topic nowadays. The CEOs are also talking about hugely heavily about AI. The reports say day by day the influence of AI on the agenda of the CEOs is increasing. And also, it's not only AI, it's with LLMs, data centers, use of products and solutions together. And the critical thing for AI, it is not only technical product, it is also a social product. So it is combined with social skills, the needs for the organization, and also the technical upgrading of the infrastructure. So we need to take it as a both. I think one of the good definitions of AI in this new era has been made by a book called Co-Intelligence. This book has been written by Ethan Mollick, who is an associate professor at the Wharton Business School, who describes AI and the use of AI as it is like a person. It needs to be treated like a person, because the future of work will require to work in harmony with the AI tools. But we should be treating it as a different person next to our next table. And also, very similar speech comes from Mustafa Süleyman, who is the CEO of Microsoft AI. He's the head, and he's an entrepreneur on AI solutions. He says, AI should best be understood as a new digital species. So it is kind of a new thing, not a product or a technology itself, but it is like a species as a digital version. So we see it at the hype cycle of the Gartner. AI is at the highest level of the inflated expectations. So the organizations are expecting a lot from the use cases, from the deployment of AI. But it's not easy. We know 80% fails when we are talking about AI projects. And if we go back a little bit, so the question was from descriptive analytics till the prescriptive analytics, it was always what happened, when it's going to happen, what was the result, very straightforward questions. So we were asking to the systems, to the technology to answer. But now with the use of GenAI, the questions are very diverse. So it is not like what happened and how we can make it happen. So you can ask anything to GenAI and you will get reasonable answers out of that. So taking this into consideration, it is not like what happened and what will happen. It's like all thinking about different scenarios through the use of AI. When we go back to the organizations, and this is very common actually in majority of the world, in part of the world, the use case of AI comes in 3 different pillars: from automation, augmentation, and innovation. So we see the use of AI hardly in automation, like generating designs in pharma, or maybe summarizing supplier data, making more automized solutions for the organizations. But also we see a huge area in augmentation for the use of AI. So we see new model designs in engineering, or maybe better decisions with a view of bigger supplier base. And also it's coming for innovation even. So it's triggering the base for innovation by using as a product feature, GenAI, or maybe integrating to your current MES systems for the use of AI solutions. And even it can support technical services for the companies. So it's coming from different verticals for the organization. When we go back again for the organization level, we see different departments make use of AI tools in their daily life. So it can be from procurement to manufacturing, supply chain, marketing, after sales. So think of an organization for project managers. So how come it can neglect the power of AI as the departments are heavily involved with the use of AI techniques? So when we see like the repetitive tasks, we see a huge saving potential when we utilize AI within the departments. So whenever it's the repetitive action, whenever it is can be automized, can be easily performed by AI, we see huge potential there. Huge savings are currently lied there. So I would like to little bit talk about some solutions available on the market. As I said, Max is a big ecosystem of partners, including different solutions from Turkey, from outside of Turkey on the global landscape. Think of project managers. So AI is coming with a very disruptive way. So the project managers need to know what sort of solutions can be implemented in their daily life. Because project management is kind of about scenario planning, thinking about risks, increasing communication. So these all will be easily handled by the use of AI techniques. So I'm not going to refer like Copilot or maybe Spike AI, which could easily increase your performance through the meetings. But I would like to mention about some use cases that would be relevant for this geography. For instance, there are startups called Things. They are used for people and asset tracking. So you can, while doing a construction project, as a project manager, you can easily control your assets, your people in a diverse area, even without GSM connectivity. So you can easily see the progress of the machineries, see the utilization of the people. And this is not like reporting and reporting. This is like on live screens, seeing the impact on the timely manner. We also have startups like called Maestro Hub, which is serving for the single source of truth. So the single source of truth means having the use of your data, your flowing data, on a real-time basis. So you can easily see the alarms, you can easily see if there is any issues raised through your production, through your services. So this can also influence the project managers to act upon quite fast, increase the awareness within the organization, or escalate it to the key stakeholders. So these type of solutions help a lot for the sake of project management. Also, we have one startup, SkySense, here. Also, we have the co-founders together with me here in this event. So they are also helping organizations to transform their performance by agile predictive monitoring. So predictive monitoring means a lot for the organization because they can be very reactive, even they can plan ahead for it. So this startup utilizes the relations between the people, assets, and the related applications, like the water consumption, sustainability KPIs. Or you can also select from the wide range of use cases, especially from sustainability or customer experience, which is very easy to do with the use of IoT devices and connectivity. So I had selected another startup from our ecosystem, which is ONO Technologies. This startup is working for digital twin. So digital twin means managing and running many different scenarios at the same time. So you don't need to change your facility. You don't need to change anything on the physical world. By doing digital twin, you can integrate to your systems and run many different scenarios. So you can see the risks ahead. You can act upon. So you don't need to waste your time, and you can easily trigger required processes internally. So this is also something very valuable for the project managers on their daily life. And also another startup for the construction project management, which is from Middle East region. So TrueBuild is working on AI-powered contract management, speeding up the process of contract delivery from the procurement to the delivery phase. So they help organizations to see, manage to change, make the approvals almost by 80%. So the reason why I'm talking about these solutions, if as a project manager, we know how to utilize them, we know how to make use of them in our organizations, that will make a huge impact. Make a huge impact through the project flow and also through the governance of the projects. One example I would like to mention from Maxt, even this is something we utilize. We as a technology center, we have many people on the field. So we have huge expertise from different problems, from different assessments, from trainings. So what we can do easily, combining all the knowledge set through Amazon Bedrock, which is Amazon Q platform here, we can easily communicate with the know-how,
we can chat with the current know-how of the organization. So it doesn't relate with myself, it relates with all the people having experience on the field with different problems, different solutions, and how we need to approach. So you can even talk to your know-how through the GenAI solutions, agents, and make use of your organization's overall capacity to act upon problems, needs, or maybe risks that you had faced, which is also very easy to implement for the organizations. You don't need to invest a lot of money for such solutions. They are easy to implement and can be easily customized for the organization itself. Actually, we can talk many more solutions on AI, many more solutions on generative AI, but main problem here is defining the needs of the organization. As I mentioned before, testing before investing is the key for a successful AI project management. And if you would like to get more information about how we handle, how we decrease the risks of failure, we can easily contact with us, with my organization, to help you with this journey. Thank you very much for listening to me, and it's a pleasure to be having this stage together with you.
Thank you, Typhoon, for the insightful presentation. Up next, we have Mr. Hans Nelson, the Chairman of Advisory Board from 7 Startup. Mr. Hans Nelson will speak about leadership and the importance of robust values culture. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Hans Nelson to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, apologies for the delay. Mr. Hans Nelson is on his way to present the presentation, and after that we're going to have the recognitions segment for the sponsors. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you very much, Engineer Hans Nielsen. Thank you for coming down so quickly. All right.
Thank you. How do I change slides? Okay.
This is a little bit shorter.
And it's the...
Yeah. Left and right.
This one, that one?
Yeah, yeah.
Hello, everybody. My name is Hans Nielsen, and I'm here to speak to you about shared values and culture, and why it is important that you have it, and I will give you an idea of how to actually manage towards it. I'm here on behalf of 7 Startup, and we help practical technologies find their home here in the country. One example would be automated live tank cleaning product that we are working with. My background from a family point of view was in a religious environment. My father was a religious leader. And when I set out in management, I did not think that would be of any particular value. But I think I was wrong. So first, why does shared values matter? if you don't have shared beliefs in an organization, you will not have a decision-making environment where people make decisions on the same basis. And so it also becomes a guidance of internal, external behavior, and it is important, which I come on to later, that such shared values are explicit rather than just implicit. My first encounter with the importance of this was when I worked as a junior manager with Hewlett-Packard. They were at the time, they were particularly good at this. Subsequently, they lost some of it. But they had what they called the HP way, which was not just documented and plastered on the walls as decorative pieces. No, it was lived every day. And this is a summary of how we read, but I didn't ask you to read it all. I'm just going to point to one thing. One thing is trust and respect for individuals. And let me share you a personal story how I learned how HP implemented this. I had done a performance evaluation of someone, and she was supposed to hand it in because I was off on a business trip. I came back from a business trip, and I was called into my boss's office. And I was giving a very strong dressing down. And I tried to explain that she had not handed in on time, but no excuse was an acceptable excuse. So this is a demonstration of that if you have values, certain things you'll have zero tolerance for. And in HP's world, to respect the individual was absolute. So not to hand in evaluation on time was evidence that we didn't take people importantly enough. Hence, that's how it worked. Now, every organization, in order to have this, you have to have written down explicit values. These things happen to be in a company in Africa where I've been involved for the last 10 years as a chairman. And why I put this, this company, by the way, we grew from $3 to $100 million over the last 10 years. So this is a proper success story, not just anything. However, one of the important values, and why I put it up on today, is the number one: take ownership and go beyond. And why is that important? It's important because in Ghana, it is a very hierarchical country culture where it's very difficult to get people to take responsibility. They delegate up rather than down. So by writing this down, it's not just take responsibility, it's to go beyond. That's why it's there. But I use this as an example how important it is to be very explicit about what you write down and why. But not all. Values can mean many different things, and the relative priority obviously is different. So as an organization, you have to obviously, as a management team or the organization responsible for, agree what those should be. And I stressed, you have to write them down. And now, let me just see. I alluded to it earlier, but what's really important here is that you have shared beliefs and shared values. And shared means that people make the right decisions when the manager is not around, because they know what the shared beliefs are. So this is another model I came across many years ago when I worked briefly for McKinsey. And this is what they called 7S. I happen to have met with the author of this. And the 7 boxes, the bottom 4 relatively easy to change. So frequently when companies get in trouble, they restructure. Well, may help, may not help by itself. It may be necessary but not sufficient. Because if you have a management style that is inconsistent with what you're trying to do, it will not work. Style in this context means what you, the manager, pay attention to, how you spend your time, what questions you ask, how you reward people, how you pay attention to them, etc. So shared values improve performance. Otherwise, McKinsey wouldn't have worried about it. So this is just a couple of examples. Distributing power and status, defining and allocating rewards and punishment, a common language, etc. However, there are quite a few obstacles and dangers to look out for. I'll point to 2 here. In mergers and acquisitions, typically the acquirer insists on their view of the world, but if the acquired company doesn't have the same values, you end up in conflict. Hence, many acquisitions actually don't work. The other one, which I also come on to later, is management hires not recognizing what the shared values are in the culture. And if you hire from outside. Now, this is obviously of particular importance here, where people from different organizations, different parts of the world, come together to work on projects at scale, at speed, with lots of very intricate, important details to come right. So therefore, if you're confused about the values, now you add a level of confusion that stops you from doing what you're supposed to be doing. This is a sort of a side note, but of very high importance as you execute these things. There's a fundamental thing in management, and that is that if leaders look after themselves before they look after the collective, that becomes a value in itself. So if you do all these things but don't worry about the collective, you won't get very far. And I can highly recommend this book, but that's I could spend a whole 20 minutes on this alone. So when I was CEO of Spectris quite a few years ago, I had the opportunity to walk the talk because I was the man in charge, and we had 6,000 odd people, 40 plus countries, etc., etc. And if you cover 40 plus countries, you obviously will cover a large range of different country cultures. And we drove performance, productivity, fun by allowing people to be very independent at various levels. We had a small head office, but therefore the values we insisted on were really important. And number 1 of these things is absolute integrity. We would never, I had 0 tolerance, and I learned that from HP, 0 tolerance for any kind of lack of integrity. Fire the liars. And anybody misleading us by lack of intellectual integrity, we punished as well. Not quite as severely, but we punished that too. However, before moving on, I messed up because I had not fully appreciated the process we had to go through when we hire new managers. So we got a new manager who didn't fully understand this. And the flaw in my system was that this was done very much implicitly. We know each other, we'd done it for years, and we had shared values, so it worked very well. But it didn't work when you got an outsider to come in. So what I ended up doing was to create a specific framework to help manage behavior. So how do you manage someone else's behavior or an organization's behavior? It is by being very intentional, explicit and intentional around these 4 boxes. So being very precise, and but make sure that every manager is also equally precise for the same reason in what you punish, what you praise, what you ignore, and what you pay attention to. And let me rest on ignore, because if you ignore something, it's a soft form of punishment. So, and how you manage this as a team becomes the fabric of how you manage values. So let me just give you a few examples. And typically this is a 3-4 hour workshop, so to do it in a few minutes is a bit of a challenge. What you punish? Most organizations will punish lack of integrity. But a lot of organizations will punish the wrong things. They will punish people trying to do the right thing and things failing. And if you punish that, what is going to happen next? Let's stop trying and wait till you decide what to do. And it is an absolute trap in a hierarchical organization. If you have a boss man in a hierarchical organization and raise your voice and punish someone from trying something, they will try less next time. Then you shout louder. Try next, and you get less. And you're down in a downward spiral that you had difficulty to get out of. And Ghana is very, very hierarchical. So I've, together with a management team in a company called Hubtail, that has grown from $3 to $100 million, as I said earlier, that's where we have used this as a fabric to ensure that people at all levels make decisions that they should be making, and it floats up rather than the other way around. So what do you praise? If people try something, if you try to be innovative, and someone tries something innovative, and it goes wrong, I mean, it could cost you a lot of money and it goes wrong, you still have to praise the effort. And then you go to pay attention to the process, what went wrong, and you learn from it, and you move on. But if you don't go through this intentionally, you won't get to a good spot. What you ignore is, a typical thing would be petty politics. But if you even pay attention to it, you feed it. So ignoring is usually the best first step. Now, these work in pairs sometimes. So if I were to want people to, as I said earlier, take responsibility and go beyond. If someone's gone beyond, and I praise that person in public, if I praise you in public, and the rest of you here don't get praised, you get the positive feeling, but the rest of you will get slightly punished, right? But it's a soft form sort of a punishment. But next time, the chances have now improved that the rest of you are going to say, I like to be in that chair. Anyway, once you've done this for a while, by the way, I repeat, I have to go back and repeat, it has to be consistent with your values you have agreed to. And it has to be a training program that trains every manager to behave consistently with this. Of course, each individual will execute it slightly different with their personal style, but that's okay, as long as you have the same interpretation. What you do then next is you do a bottom-up review. And this is how it looks, although you can't read a thing of it. What we did, going back to the last organization, after a couple of years, we asked the first-line managers to write down what they felt they were being measured on. And this is Victoria, who wrote this. She worked in a remote office and not in meeting the head office management very frequently. And by the way, just as an example, she knows that I'm using her example here today. Her peers knows that I'm using this today. Because there's an excellent opportunity for me to say, we take this seriously, and you doing a good job at this is an excellent example to be followed. So again, you walk the talk. Now, what is hugely important is that the individuals benefit from this. If you, for instance, it reduces the possibility of bosses to behave in an abusive manner to individuals because you have balanced the power a bit. Also, it reduces the chance of micromanagement. It reduces, but it improves the ability to feel motivated, etc. Fairness. Fairness in organization is probably one of the biggest single factor to get people feel appreciated. To be unfairly treated is probably one of the biggest poisons for people to get disillusioned, and that can even lead to sabotage or leaking information to competitors or whatever. So it goes. Anyway, so as it comes to project management, it's a way or a support, I should say. It's not the source of it, but it's a guide or a support for decision making, particularly when you deal with a large organization and many different levels. And also enhancing collaborations, because you know that you're measured on the same parameters. It boosts productivity and morale, as I said earlier, and also, if you do it right, it should improve ethical behavior. Now, what I try to communicate throughout this, and this is a summary sentence that I created myself to help communicate to others what this is broadly about. When you exercise your power, it's depleted. Because if you exercise your power, next time you have to use more power to get the same outcome. And people tend to resent that. And so it goes, right? So you get people shouting louder and louder and get less and less done. So your power is what been labeled as silver bullets, but you only have a few of those every year. However, if you influence someone in a manner that makes that person feel better, be more successful, help them solve a problem, whatever it might be, next time you come around, you'll be welcomed to influence some more. And that's a forever positive cycle. So to get this balance right is part of why you need shared values. Because if you don't have shared values, you really can't do this because you end up in a bit of a mess. Thank you very much. That was what I intended to do.
Thank you very much, Hans, for your insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it's now time to recognize the partners who have made it possible for us to bring this forum together. To start the commemoration, I would like to kindly call to the stage the chairman of the Global Project Management Forum, Mr. Badr Bouchet. To start with our first partner, I would now like to call to the stage RCJY. I would like to call to the stage the Saudi Contractors Authority, I would now like to call to the stage Master Team. I would kindly like the screen content to display Master Team. Thank you very much. For our next partner, I would like to now call to the stage هيئة كفاءة الإنفاق والمشروعات الحكومية Expro. I would now like to call to the stage برنامج تحول الوطني NTP. Thank you very much. I would now like to call to the stage برنامج تطوير الصناعات الوطنية والخدمات اللوجستية NDLIP. I would now like to call to the stage مركز مشاريع البنية التحتية بمنطقة الرياض رياض Infrastructure Project Center. The stage, white helmets. Thank you very much. I would now like to call to the stage شركة الذكاء الاصطناعي العالمية AIGCO. I would now like to call to the stage Link Development. Thank you very much. And next, I'd like to call to the stage Empower. Thank you and congratulations. For our next partner, I'd like to call to the stage PwC. Thank you very much. For our next partner, I'd like to call to the stage Baker Hughes. Oracle. Thank you very much. And next, I'd like to kindly call to the stage Bloom. And for our next partner, I'd like to please call to the stage Wadi Al-Hulul Solutions Valley. And for our next partner, I'd like to please call to the stage هيئة تطوير منطقة حائل, the Hail Region Development Authority. Thank you very much. For our next partner, I'd like to please call to the stage التجمع الصحي الثالث RC3. For our next partner, I'd like to please call to the stage PMI Global. ايه جود ايه صح قبل بس كلم ثم حد حياك الله. Thank you very much, everyone. Yes, I would now like to call back to the stage RC3. Thank you very much. And next, I'd like to call to the stage SAS. Thank you, congratulations. I would now like to call to the stage هيئة تطوير المنطقة الشرقية, the Sharqiyya Development Authority. I would now like to call to the stage جامعة الإمام محمد بن سعود الإسلامية. Thank you very much. Congratulations. I would now like to call to the stage IPM. Thank you. I would now like to call to the stage Arab News. I would now Thank you very much. I would now like to call to the stage Independent Arabia. I would now like to call to the stage Studio Insight. I would now like to call to the stage Barnes. Thank you. I would now like to call back to the stage WakeCap. Thank you. Congratulations. I would now like to call to the stage Bloom. Thank you very much. And last but not least, I would like to call to the stage Master Team. Ladies and gentlemen, for our final partner of today, I'd like to call to the stage Baker Hughes.
No. That's it. Oh no? Okay, just go ahead.
Congratulations. Thank you to all of our partners, and thank you, Mr. Bedr, for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd now like to move to our next presentation of the day. Please join me in welcoming Stuart Easton, CEO and co-founder of Transparent Choice, who will share how you can transform your PMO into a strategic powerhouse and double the ROI of your entire portfolio. Without further ado, please give a warm welcome to Stuart Easton.
Great, thank you. Okay. Hello. Hello. There we go, now we're awake. Okay, so we're just right after the awards, the perfect spot to be speaking, right? So I'm Stuart. Heather, what's the name of the duck? Have we named it? We haven't named it. Okay, so there'll be a competition for the name of the duck. Why a duck? Why a duck? Well, we'll come to that in a second. Before we do, I've been asked to cut this short because we're all running a little bit late. So we're going to skip bits of this, and we're going to make it up as we go, but we're going to have fun doing it. Is that okay with all of you? Yes? If it's okay, give me a clap. I want to hear that you're okay. Let's do it. Why a duck? So, in my day job, I'm really lucky. I get to spend time with executives all around the world and talk to them about projects and strategy execution and all that kind of stuff. And what I've learned from all those conversations is that projects... Oh, okay. Can we go back to the first slide? Excellent, thank you. So what I've learned is that your projects are like ducks. Okay, at this point, you're all going, who is this Easton guy, right? Is he just crazy? No, okay, projects are like ducks. Here's what I mean. Okay, projects are like ducks. So, your executives don't care about your projects. They don't care about whether it's Agile or Waterfall. They don't care about your methodologies, your tools. They don't care about your Gantt chart. Okay? In other words, they don't care if you have a boy duck or a girl duck. What do they want? They just want eggs, right? They just want the value from the projects. This is the core idea of this session. They just want the value from the projects. So who here is in project delivery? Stick your hands up for me. Don't be shy, stick your hands up. Okay, let's do it another way. Everybody, put your hand up. Everybody. Do you just want to? Yeah, got it, thank you. Everybody put your hand up. Everyone, hand up, hand up, hand up. Keep your hand up if you are in project delivery. Perfect. Keep your hand up if you are a PMO or in the PMO. Quite a few of you. Great. Okay. So I'm going to propose that you have a new job title, a new job description when you go back to your office. Go to your manager and say, I've got a new job description. I only have one thing to do, and that is to increase the return on investment from my portfolio. Your job is to increase the number of eggs. That's it. That's your only job, is to increase the number of eggs. How are we doing as an industry? Not well. Okay, we've all seen numbers like this before. Half the projects don't deliver the egg at all. 60% are late, 60% over budget. This is PMI data. This line that I've highlighted here, those are projects that failed completely, right? Budget loss, total disaster. That's not good. A third of projects, totally wasted effort. And this is a really key message, right? Really key message is that we all work really hard to deliver projects. We all have PMPs and trained project managers. We spend $7 billion a year on PPM tools and processes, certifications. But that line is flat. It's not getting better. If this worked, these numbers would be getting better. So my conclusion from this is that you cannot project management your way out of these numbers. There's something missing. So what is missing? Well, there are various bits of research, including from the PMI, that say the reason that the projects are failing, you can manage a project really well, but if you're set up to fail, then you're going to fail. Okay, so this duck, he's on top of the ladder, he's juggling knives. What possibly could go wrong here, right? So he's juggling the knives, has an accident. Was that his fault? Or was it the person who put him on top of the ladder juggling knives who's at fault here? I would say he was set up to fail. So portfolio management is where we can set projects up for success. If you're overloading people, you're setting them up to fail. Simple as that. So there are 4 techniques I want to talk about, and I'm going to go through them really, really quickly, because we're trying to get back on time over here. You can have bigger eggs. You can push for the right eggs, more eggs, break fewer eggs. Bigger eggs is about project prioritization. We all know that we should do it. We all know what it is. But it's really difficult, except it's child's play, right? Kids know how to do this. You show a 5-year-old this picture and say, choose 2 eggs. Choose 2 eggs. Which eggs are they going to choose? The big ones. They're going to choose the big ones, right? But the problem is, your children, your executives, are not like that, right? How big is the egg is different for different executives. Some want pink eggs, some want green eggs, some want blue eggs, some want jelly eggs. So this is not a project management problem. Prioritization is not a project management problem. It is a decision management problem. So there is loads of research into how you should do this, and there's a methodology called AHP that has kind of bubbled to the top. This is the way to do it. If you don't know what AHP is, I'll put this QR code up again later, and you can access loads of free materials, ebooks, videos that'll tell you. Same thing for these other things I'm going to show you. We don't have time to dig into it, so we're going to move on. The right eggs. Okay. Statistic from the PMI, 20% of projects in a typical portfolio are so badly aligned with the organizational goals that they should be stopped. Let me show you what that means. So if you're running a business, right, you're over here. This is where you start. This is where you want to be. Okay, this is your strategy. We want to be up there. And you've got 20 projects that you hope are going to get you there. The matchsticks are the projects. So let's do the first project. Let's add another project. Now look at this. Not all the projects are pointing straight at the strategy, right? They're pointing in different directions. Let's add another project and another, and let's keep going until we get all the projects up there. Look, we've made some progress towards our goal, but we haven't achieved our goal. We haven't reached our goal. If you're an executive, this is not good. This is not good enough. So let's see how we can help them. So you remember, 20% projects are waste. That's these 4 projects here. They're pointing in the wrong direction. So let's take them away and see what happens. Right? Let's rearrange the matches, and look what's happened. Suddenly, we're all the way over there. And to get from here to here, what did we do? Did we add more resources? Did we spend more money? No. We just removed the waste. We just stopped doing the projects that are pointing in the wrong direction. This is a huge, huge thing, right? So when you hear 20% of projects are waste, we all kind of go, yeah, but it's just money. No, it's killing your ability to actually achieve your business goals. Really, really key. This is one of the biggest things that you can do. How do we get more eggs? This is a technique I'm going to go through really, really quickly. The idea is that when, at the start of the year, you start all of your projects all at once. This is how most organizations do it. So this delivery team, right, so your team starts, they work on project 1, then they move to project 2, then they move to project 3, and they go back to project 1, project 2, project 3. And they keep task switching, hopping from project to project. Now, your executives are quite happy because they see that you're working on the projects, right? But there are 2 big problems. First of all, you don't get first value until you get all the way over there. And secondly, most importantly, the American Psychology Association did research into task swapping. When you're task swapping, you're really, really unproductive. Really unproductive. You lose up to 40% of your capacity just to managing the task switching. So here's an idea. Let's not do that. Let's do this instead. Okay? So you start off and you implement one project, and you only start the second project when you've got the resources to support it. And then you only start the third project when you have the resources to support it. And there are 2 really big benefits to doing this. First, look where we get the first value. All the way over here. Right? So that means we're getting eggs earlier. That's more value to the organization. And then secondly, because we're no longer task switching, we're no longer hopping from project to project, you get that 40% back. And what that means is that you can do more projects for free, right? You don't need more resources. You don't need more money to get more productivity. You just need to organize yourself better. Now, as it happens, the world expert on this technique, this staggering technique, is in the building today, a guy called Mike Hannon. I stole these slides from him. If you want, I can introduce you. Come find me, and I'll introduce you to Mike. This is really quite hard to do. So now there are AI tools that will help you do that. I'm going to skip this section. Amira, get us back on time. 3, okay, great. So let's go back to here. So one thing I want to just do really quickly is start here. When projects fail, who gets the blame? Quickly. Who gets the blame? PM, thank you. Project managers. Project managers get the blame. So the project managers are the cowboys. But they're not cowboys, right? Lots of them are PMPs, they're professional project managers. So when projects fail, right, you've got to go deeper. So you go to the project managers, you say, why are they failing? Well, because the resources are always late. So you go to the resources and you say, why are you late? Well, it's because I'm juggling. You've got 13 different things you're asking me to do. I can't do them all. So I drop things on the floor. So why is that? Guess what? We're back to prioritization. So again, we're seeing again and again and again that, that the portfolio management is the piece that's empowering the project teams to be successful. we'll skip through these. So we've got different techniques in portfolio management that will actually accelerate project delivery, let you do more projects with the same resources, and help you help projects stay on time, on budget, deliver the intended benefit. And it's all at the portfolio management level, not at the project management level. That's the key insight. And we've seen customers where they increase on the top, they get kind of a 50% increase in value, the bottom another 50%. That adds up to a doubling in the eggs you can give to the business without increasing your resources or spend, by putting value at the heart, putting the egg at the heart of your portfolio and your projects, and organizing your portfolio to make maximum use of your resources. So with that, thank you very much. And if you want to get some of those ebooks, videos, and everything else that tell you how to do this, then click the QR code. Come see me afterwards. I have lots of these little guys, and you can get a duck from me, put it on your desk, and when somebody starts geeking out about project methodologies, right, tell them it's not about the duck, it's about the egg. There we go. Thank you. Where is he? There he is. You're up next. Okay. Thank you so much. That was like that one.
Thank you, Stuart, for your game-changing portfolio strategies. Next up, we have Christoph Herner, Managing Director at Masterplan, who will demystify resource management using the resource management continuum framework, so you can stop letting who does what or when derail your strategies. Without further ado, Christoph, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. I hope I have some slides here. Do I? That's not the one. This is the one. Welcome. I am sure that all of you have a picture of the future. I do too. But we don't live in the future, we live in today. And the choices that we make today determine whether we make progress towards our goals, right? So I don't know what your goals are, but I'll show you one of mine. I took this picture on a hike in Austria last year sometime. It took me 8 hours to get up to the mountain and to get back down. That was my task. But I had to pick the right day in the week that I was there with my family on vacation. And I booked the vacation 6 months in advance. But I had known that mountain, it's the Untersberg near Salzburg, for 15 years. And I always wanted to go. So I don't know whether your goals, and there are many goals, it's not just one, whether your goals are private or business related or connected to something bigger. The question is, how do we make progress towards these goals? Because the odds are not in our favor. Why is that? This is PMI HBR Analytics Services Brightline research from a couple of years ago. It says that organizations only deliver 1 in 10 of their, only 1 in 10 organizations deliver all of their strategic initiatives successfully. And now, whether it's 1 in 10 or 3 in 10 or 5 in 10, you get the idea. That's not a good ratio. And then, of course, the question is, why is that? And the same group then went on to do more research, and tying in with what Stuart has said, there's something around prioritization and portfolio and resources here, but I'll walk down top to bottom. So these people, executives and chief strategy managers, said it is because we try to do too many things at a time, too many initiatives in too short a time frame. And we don't have enough resources to do all that, but as Stuart was saying, the golden eggs, we don't manage our resources the right way. And we don't communicate across all the roles that are involved in making that a reality, how the organization delivers projects. But you see, projects or prioritization and resources, they're one and the same question. You cannot tell them apart. And here's more research from the same group, where what I like really a lot is this quote here from Pioneer that says, where you have resources allocated really says what you have prioritized. That is de facto what you have prioritized. I think the Americans have a saying of, put your money where your mouth is. Yeah. This is prioritization because of resource allocation. And what does that mean in practice in our knowledge society? So to the left, this is a rare earth. It's called yttrium. It's used in medical contexts often. And you can buy a metric ton of yttrium and put it into your warehouse. And you can use it tomorrow if you like, all of it. And to the right is my colleague Kartik. He works, let's say, 2,000 hours a year, but his time is not stockable. You cannot put it into warehouse. And he cannot work 2,000 hours in 1 month. Yeah. So you see the difference of how this resource would need to be managed. And economic models don't think that way. And here's another thing. Economic models, when it comes to resources, when it comes to people, think of commodity, yeah? Replaceable people. But in knowledge society, individuals make a difference. And I'm sure in your companies you know that. Individuals make a difference. Teams, individual teams make a difference. In some instances, in many instances, and I ask Mike Hannon, teams or individuals might hold up the entire organization. It's like a water bottle that you put up like this way. How fast does the water flow? It flows through the bottleneck. That's the fastest it can go. So obviously, yes, we need to resource management, allocation, forecasting. I think that's where we need to stop. Not the buzzwords. We cannot go for the buzzwords at this point. We have to take a step back. Simply put, we have to look at the problem that we want to solve and not the solution that someone is suggesting. We have to look at the problem that we need to solve. And Ash Mora is a fantastic product manager who sets up these rules. So the challenge that I think we all have is, in the very simple words, who does what and when. So I decided on that Thursday to go up, climb that mountain. I did that on what day? But that was that one day. But what are people going to do next week or next month or next quarter? And also, people ask, what have people done in the past? And maybe you know where I'm getting at, because in a business context, the question of who does what and when differs by the time range that you look at. So you can look back, and of course you can look ahead. And the questions that you would be asking in each of these time frames are very different. And here are some examples. So for the next days or weeks, let's say at this conference, who is doing the setup here and who is going to speak where? In a few months, maybe there's a new conference, so who will work on the sponsoring? Who will work on handling logistics? Different type of questions. Then what are projects that we want to do? As Stuart was saying, do we have the capacity to do it? You see where I'm getting at? It's all who does what and when, but very, very different questions in detail. Now, here are some buzzwords, and I really did my best to match whatever people say, oh, strategic workforce management, portfolio capacity management, workforce. Never forget that, because they're not the solution. The solution is you knowing the playing field, you working with your colleagues, with your internal customers on what is the most important question that we need to solve. So, when you pick that and when you discuss with your colleagues, don't stop there. Think deep. And I know this is a large audience and I'm going to a lot of detail, but when you think of a perspective, so this is now the medium term, quarters, what are the priorities and what do we fit in at what point in time, but why do you want to know? It makes a huge difference whether you're trying to commit to reliable project start dates, as in consulting often, or in reliable end dates. Or whether you want to look at the trade-offs that you have for your business strategies and so on. So you get my point. Don't fall for resource management, resource allocation, resource planning, capacity planning. Doesn't matter. Look at the questions that will help you move your business together with your colleagues, your business forward. So here are some questions that I have for you. One, today, is resource management or how resources are utilized in your organization? Do people have an understanding that this is an important piece? I know we're talking about people, and resources is an unpleasant term for that, perhaps. But really, are people aware that this is a critical success factor for moving fast, for being reliable to your internal customers? Another question, which resource management question, if answered, had the biggest impact on your business? So if you're in product development, in your capital projects, if you're in IT, what is the one question that would make a difference? And why? My name is Christoph Hirnder. I'm a managing director at a German software company called Meisterplan. If you want to learn more about the resource management continuum, you would also have a recording of a similar session like this one here on the QR code on the right. And of course, I'm very, very happy to answer questions that you might have around those different time ranges and how that also engages with portfolio management, as Stuart was saying. So, but to end, I want to say that determining whether we reach our goals is the choice that you make today. Thank you.
Fantastic, Christoph. Thank you very much for your time. And now, we shift to the fast-paced world of sports. Fawaz Labadi, Transformation Management Unit Partner at PwC Middle East, will explore how project management drives innovation, tech integration, and sustainability in the sports industry. Let's give a round of applause to Fawaz Labadi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Good. So my name is Fawaz Labadi, and maybe if you read my name, you will notice that it is with a U. The reason why it's with a U, because I was born in a country where most people think that there is kangaroos, but in reality, there is no kangaroos at all in Austria, except in the zoo for sure. So I was born in Austria. I am an engineer. I started like most of people or engineers working at Siemens. At my second year, I became a technical project manager and moved in 2007 to Riyadh. Have 2 kids, and I would love to talk about my artists and my kids more than project management, but today I'm here to talk about Timo and the sport. So if I may start talking about the sport, let me just give some background. About a decade ago, Saudi Arabia launched the Vision 2030 and the Quality of Life program. At this program, Saudi Arabia was aiming to improve the lifestyle of the people living in Saudi Arabia, citizens and residents as well, with the aim to increase the lifetime, to have a better lifestyle, and to let all of us participate more in playing sport and mass participation. And I think they are on the right track. If I'm not mistaken, they tripled the number of people who are doing sport in Saudi Arabia. It was about 14 or 16%, and now it's almost 48%, if I'm not mistaken. I can't recall all the numbers. But our region, the GCC countries, when you look at it, they hosted, in my opinion, is the best FIFA World Cup back in 2022 in Qatar, and I'm expecting that the next, not the next, but the one in 2034 in Saudi Arabia is going to be as well an amazing World Cup. In the region, if I'm not mistaken, we are hosting 4 Grand Prix races, one in Bahrain, Jeddah, Abu Dhabi, and Doha. So we are known, and we started to become known for hosting successfully amazing sport events. And look at the numbers. When you look to the growth, the market growth, the annual market growth expected in the region for the coming 3 to 5 years is almost 9%, while globally it's only 7.3%. This is a big difference, especially when you are talking about 5 years. The amount of investment that is planned in the region, in the infrastructure, is huge. Just think about one number, 15 stadiums in Saudi Arabia in 5 cities. This doesn't include any training stadiums. This includes only the stadiums that they will host the plays and the games of the World Cup. The talent as well. The talent of the people playing sport is improving, not only in competitive sport that we all know, but in areas like esports as well. Despite this fact, unfortunately, the sports sector is facing a lot of challenges. We are in a very dynamic decade, era. Technology became very important. Changes are very important. But despite this fact, we in the sports sector still resistant any changes, big time. 80% face cultural resistance within their organization against using new emerging technologies. The next number is not for the sport. The next number, 70% of technology companies are actively developing Gen AI strategies. In the sport, we are far away of implementing Gen AI. We are still not trusting it. When I say we, I don't mean I personally, but in the region and actually globally. So in order to overcome those challenges, I believe that transformation management offices and project management need to play a key role in order to go forward with those issues and address them. I am a project manager. I used to be a project manager, still doing project management, still practicing project management, and I believe the majority of you are doing it in a way or another. Just think about it. What is the most important thing for me as a project manager? Close the project, deliverables, close them. Maybe I will think about the outcome. Is it connected to the strategy? I don't care. Is it connected to the strategic alignment of my organization? I don't care. Most of the project managers are thinking like this, and this is wrong, if I may say that. Transformation management offices, and this is the beauty of it, more than project management office, are closing the gap between strategy and execution. Without having them, the projects might close successfully, have all your deliverables, even the outcomes, but there is no impact at your organization or in the area that you are trying to deliver your projects. So the TMO is the bridge, as I said, between the strategy and the execution to ensure the rapid alignment with the strategy, and especially when we are talking about sport is evolving quite quickly, which means even the strategic direction in the sport is changing. So we need to adapt to the strategy, but we need as well to make sure that we continuously align our projects with the updated strategies. By the way, 90% globally of top-tier TMOs monitor project strategy alignment permanently. TMOs that would like to deliver the mandate of their organizations or their projects need to do this. The rest of the TMOs who are not doing this are usually failing to deliver by their mandate or achieve their mandate. Yes, one of the important points in the region and globally is sustainability. And sport is not a foreigner in this area. Sport needs as well to achieve those targets in the sustainability. The GCC launched a lot of initiatives, such as the green initiatives in Saudi Arabia, other initiatives in Qatar and UAE especially in Abu Dhabi, by the way. They are very pioneer in this area. Now, when it comes to sport, there are a lot of challenges. The stadiums, what should we do with the stadiums, for example? How should we build them? They need to be eco-friendly, they need to be energy efficient, and even when you think about using recyclable solution, why not to use something innovative like mushroom-based concrete? Ask our engineers if they believe in it. But it's a good idea to start using it. And if we would like to, I'm almost sure, at least, we attended a lot of sport and big events. And at the end of the events, it's a disaster. You look to the ground, you see a lot of waste. You see a lot of, sorry for my word, garbage. So we need to think about a zero waste management strategy. And last but not least, we need to support the clubs to produce their ASG reports in order to show their performance in this area. And now, the TMO offices, their duty is to make sure that any new project launched, it has a sustainability component in it. Otherwise, we might not help our organization and our countries achieve their goals. Technology. Despite the fact that we are still not very strong in technology and using AI, but I believe that AI has a bright future in the sport. Think about the athletes. If we can manage through AI what is the best training that this athlete should take, how is his performance, how to optimize his performance, this will be great. The same thing when you look to the performance optimization. I'm not talking about the performance optimization of the athletes, but AI can theoretically monitor the games. And during the game, ask me, for example, in a football game, to take out a player or change the distribution of the player 4-2-4 to 4-3-3, whatever. And when you look into the facilities and fan engagement, AI can improve, and it did partially, by the way, without using a full AI. The experience in Qatar was really a good start to see that. And I believe that in 2030 and 2034, we will have an amazing AI experience. So, the future of transformation management offices in the sports sector. Just bear in mind and think with me about those numbers. We need in Saudi Arabia to have 15 eco-friendly stadiums before 2034, most probably between 2030 and 2032, in order to test them as per the FIFA regulation. This requires having strong transformation management offices in order to deliver this. We hosted in the region since 2018 more than 30 mega events, and a lot is going to come too. We need the transformation management offices to ensure a proper implementation and management of those events. And the youth. 50% of the GCC citizens are below 25 years old, which means sport is an important point and an important agenda for all governments in the region. And let me keep you at the end with one number. 24% of global sport investment are led by Middle Eastern Sovereign Wealth Fund. 24%, almost a quarter of all sport investment, not in the region, not in GCC. The global sport investment is managed by Middle Eastern sovereign wealth funds. We need to have strong TMOs in order to be able in the future to close and have a successful implementation of our strategies and aims. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fawaz, for showing us how transformation and project management offices can elevate sports. Next, we have Nasser bin Abdullah al-Qahtani from King Saud University, who will challenge our notions of leadership. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Nasser al-Qahtani.
Test. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is having a wonderful day today with us. I'm super excited and super honored to be part of this amazing conference where professionals from all around the world are here together to share their experience, to tell their stories, and to make a real impact. Now, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nasser Abdullah al-Qahtani, and I'm a student at King Saud University. And I'm a young leader with one clear vision to make the most powerful impact that anyone can imagine, starting from this stage. Now, in this session, we'll talk about a topic that I really admire and I really believe in, which is empowerment, leadership empowering success through influence and collaboration. Now, I made sure to make this presentation as simple as possible, because I believe sometimes people need to hear things in the simplest way, for they can relate to it and be attached to it. So today in this session, and before we start this session, I want to ask you a question, and I want you to think about this question during this session. Who is a leader? What makes a leader a great leader? Now, I want you to think about this session, and we will get back to it at the end of the presentation. Now, the first topic we'll talk about, can I have the clicker? So the first topic we'll talk about, which is empowerment versus commanding. Two different ways to lead, but first of all, let us say the definition of these two. Commanding is simply to give other people direct orders and expecting them to follow along without any input. And it focuses on the result itself. Now, empowerment is to give other people the trust and responsibility to make their own decisions. Now, I want to share with you a story that showcases the difference between these two. I remember one of the projects that I have worked on in my university, I have decided to pick few members to experience leadership for the very first time. Members where I saw that they are ready to take actions in the field. So I have assigned them to lead different groups in the projects. During the preparation of the event, I have noticed that one of the logistic team members have decided to pick one of the decoration from side to side because he noticed it was blocking the sponsor's logo. So he immediately took ownership to it. He placed it to a better location where he saw it's better. Smart, very clever. But when the logistic team leader saw him, she immediately told him no. She had an argument with him just for him to put it back, but without any reason, without any explanation, nothing. Simply gave him a command. When I witnessed that, I immediately took her aside and I told her, do you want to be a real leader? Because real leaders don't just boss people around. Real leaders give their people the trust they need to make their own decisions. Even when you have feedback to say, you can say your feedback, but without shutting him down. You can take a better approach to it, where you say, I'm super proud of you for noticing the sponsored logo were blocked. That's very smart, so thank you for that. But I was thinking to try this location. So how about we do both locations, then compare, me and you. By taking this approach, we gave him the power, the trust he needs to believe in himself first and discover his potential. And at the same time, we told him our feedback. Now, at the end of the day, if you want to move that decoration, you can move it. You are the leader. You have that authority. But why move it by shutting him down? When we can move it by empowering him to do that right decision. At that moment, she didn't say anything. She just agreed with me. She told me she's going to take it under consideration for the next time. But during the final preparation of the event, I have noticed that she has talked with that same member. She has explained herself and apologized from him. And then I noticed that she has placed the decoration where the member had picked from the beginning. Because she knows he was right. She believed and she realized that he saw something she didn't see, that he has the potential. He has that sharp thinking. But she didn't notice that because simply she didn't give herself the time to discover his potential. Because she was thinking that leadership is attached to a title, attached to authority. And it's the opposite of that. But when she realized, she took ownership for her own mistake and fixed it immediately. And that's a great leadership example. Because leadership is not about bossing people around. It's about giving them that power for them to make their own decisions. Now, as we see, that's the difference between empowerment and commanding. Commanding, when we command, we usually silence potential. But when we empower, we discover potential. And your job as a leader is to discover potential 24/7, not to silence them. That's the difference between empowerment and commanding. Now, I want to talk about something our community really needs, which is creating leaders within our community. I'm pretty sure in every community that there is someone with the potential to be a leader. But often, no one sees it, no one noticed him, no one gave him that chance to be a leader. So here is the question. Is a leader born or made? I believe a leader is 100% made. A leader is made when we create that right environment that support individual to discover their potential through experience. So how do we create that right environment? How do we create an environment that create leaders, that generate leaders? I picked 5 simple ways, but very powerful ways. 1, creating a supportive environment. Leadership grows when people feel safe, when people feel that they are seen and supported, when people feel that they are not alone, that there is someone believing in them, they start believing in themselves too. And that's the first step toward creating a leader, for you to believe in them so they could believe in themselves too. 2, opportunity for growth. Reading about leadership is not like doing it. Let's agree on that. Anyone can read about leadership, but no one can be a leader unless he practices. So give them that real life opportunities for them to practice their leadership skills, to shape their leadership skills. Even small tasks, it really matters. It can shape their leadership skills, not just to read about it. 3, encouraging teamwork and collaboration. Leadership is not about standing above everyone. It's about working with them. It's about teaching them how important teamwork is. Because collaboration makes people solve problems, generate new ideas, and most important, to support each other along the way. 4, empower them. Trust is very powerful. When we give other people ownership for their own projects and decisions, we build their confidence. And by building their confidence, you build them to be leaders. 5, and most important thing, and I think some people might think it's part of that environment, but I say it's what keeps that environment going. Encouraging and recognizing. A small kind word, or a moment of appreciation, or a simple clap for finishing a task, it really matters. It can go a long way, because recognizing what fuels motivation. And motivation, what keeps people going, what keeps people leading. So give them that power that will keep them going even when they have ups and downs. Even when they fall, they will have something to get them back on their feet. So I say, why do we wait for leaders to be born? When we can create them, when we can create that right environment that generates leaders. Because remember, a great leader, not who leads the best, but who creates other leaders. So let's start putting our hand together and start creating that environment. Start shaping that environment our community really needs with 5 simple ways, but very powerful ways. Before I go to the last part of my session, I want to go back to the question where I have asked you in the beginning. Who is a leader? What's the definition of a leader? What makes a leader a great leader? I want you to think about your answer. Because in reality, there is no right way to lead. There is no right answer or wrong answer. Leadership is a skill set. And how you use it and how you apply it depends on your personality, on your perspective. Some people lead by setting a great example. Some people lead by giving directions to others. Some people lead by giving that emotional support. So many ways to lead. But remember, different methods, but still a great leader. And that's what really matters. So all of your answer is correct. There is no wrong answer here. Now, before I conclude my session, I want to send a powerful message to the new generation, where I think they need to hear it. They need to hear it from a young leader like them. You don't need a big title to be a leader. And you don't need to be the oldest or the most experienced to be a leader. You just need one thing and one thing only to take that first step toward your future. Let me give you a live example. Let's admire His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman. He didn't wait for the future. He built it with vision and courage and believes in the new generation. So I say, if he believes in us, we can do anything, and we will. So you could lead too. Your impact could start small, but it can grow big. You just need to take that first step. And remember, every great chance starts within one step, and that step could be you. And let me tell you something, the journey will be hard. It will have ups and downs. It might take a long time, but you will get there, because you can and you will. And remember one thing and one thing only to keep you motivated, that we are the future and we are the vision. So let's make our country proud of us by taking that first steps. And thank you everyone for listening. I hope you had an enjoyable session. Thank you. I want to thank the Project Management Global Forum for inviting me to be a speaker and for including the new generation in the process, and especially Engineer Badr Burshid for believing in me from the very first. And I want to thank a special guest, which is my mom. She didn't just support me along the way. She created opportunities for me. And thank you so much, Mommy, for raising me. And thank you, everyone, for listening. Thank you so much. Sorry, I forgot something. If you can feel free to ask me any question and to add me on my social medias and to my newsletter, Unstoppable You, and buy my book. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nasser. And it's impressive to see what the young generation can do today. Our next speaker is Frederic Casagrande, the Vice President of Capital Excellence at Taqa Distribution. Frederic will dive into cultural intelligence and share strategies for uniting diverse experts into high-performing teams. Without further ado, please welcome to the stage, Frederic Casagrande.
Good afternoon, everybody. Are you still energized, or are you completely out of juice from the conference? Wow, that's a tough crowd. All right. Just waiting for the slides to pop up. Coming soon, I promise. Okay, anyway, let's start without slides. So, globalization has made cross-cultural collaboration the norm rather than the exception. So, projects become bigger, mega projects become big giga projects, project teams become larger and more diverse. And with that broader range of skills and expertise also comes more potential for friction. And why, if you ask me? Very simply because we see the world not as it is. We see the world as we are. So I guess the real question here for us today is, how does a project leader turn this cultural complexity into a competitive advantage? So I spent the past 7 years working on a very large mega project in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. We built 4 nuclear power plants. That's us there on the new 1,000 dirham notes. And what I liked the most about this project, apart from the fact that we were building a better, greener future for the planet, is that we had 57 nationalities working on one site as one team with one goal. Now, let's zoom in a little bit, okay? So let's focus on my direct reports. So I had a smaller team, of course, but at some point I had people from France, Russia, Pakistan, Nigeria, Spain, South Korea, United Arab Emirates, India. young professionals, seasoned experts, men, women. As you can see, this is as diverse as it gets. But do we really understand how complex it is to lead a team of that diversity? So, has anybody here heard of the cultural dimension theory of Gerd Hofstetter? Show of hands, very quickly. No one? Wow, okay, so it is a cultural model that focuses on 6 different dimensions. Those dimensions are really the key issues societies need to come to terms with in order to organize themselves. The first one is power distance. So what is power distance? Power distance is how the lowest members in an organization or in a society are accepting and expecting the power distribution to be. Individualism versus collectivism, that's a pretty self-explanatory one, right? So that's how individuals would work better as individuals or as part of a group. Masculinity versus femininity, that's a tricky one nowadays, right? We're not talking about individuals here. We're talking about the expected emotional role distribution between genders, okay? So think here about masculine societies that are more going towards competition and more feminine societies leaning towards cooperation. Then we have uncertainty avoidance. That's another self-explanatory one. That's how comfortable you are navigating within ambiguity. Long-term versus short-term orientation. You have long-term societies that are more looking forward, building the future, and short-term societies that are more towards looking at the past and looking at, social duties as an example. And then finally, we have indulgence versus restraint. And that is how a society is more towards indulgence and, enjoying life and having fun, or more towards the necessity of duties. So I've done that exercise, and I started mapping the people in my team. Now, for clarity, I didn't map everybody, right? I only mapped for each dimension the lowest and the highest. So I'm just going to take my paper because there are lots of numbers there, and I don't want to get that wrong. So, on the power distance, we have Pakistan scoring 55 and Philippines scoring a 94. What does that mean? That means that if you take an example, let's say the board of directors has decided we need to cut costs. So the CEO sent an email to all the leaders in the organization saying, there's going to be no bonus this year. What that means is that my Pakistani colleague is much more likely to not accept this decision than my Filipina colleague. And is going to need a lot more explanation before they buy into that decision. Right? So you need to understand how this drives the style of leadership and communication, just on that one aspect. On the individualism versus collectivism, we have Pakistan scoring a 14 and France a 71. Again, what does that mean? That means that my French team member is going to be much more likely to make individual decisions, and the decision-making framework of my Pakistani colleague is going to be a lot more driven by the social construct of our team. On the masculinity versus femininity, and again, we're not talking about individuals. We're talking about how the society views the emotional distribution of the roles between genders. So Russia scores a 36 and Philippines a 64. So in masculine societies, competition is much more openly endorsed and feelings are not really seen as important. Yeah? So what that means, as an example, is in Philippines, you have a lot more natural empathy and sympathy. So a lot more cooperation compared to, as an example, in Russia. On the uncertainty avoidance, we have India scoring a 40 and Russia scoring a whooping 95. So that has to do with anxiety and distrust in the face of ambiguity and uncertainty. So what that means is that my Indian colleagues will be a lot more comfortable with unmanaged change. But my Russian colleagues will need a lot more stability, so less frequency if I can shield them, but also a lot more transparency as to the reason why there is change. On the long-term versus short-term orientation, we have at the bottom of the scale Nigeria scoring with a 13, and South Korea at the complete opposite, scoring 100. So that means what? As we said earlier, long-term societies are comfortable with having potential long-term rewards, and short-term societies, they will need a lot more short-term incentives. So it's a lot more difficult to manage people when you don't give them that bonus at the end of this year, but you say, well, maybe in 5 years, you know, we're going to have a big payout. So the way that you are driving the short, mid, and long-term decisions and milestones, you need to be a lot more careful about that. And then finally, on the indulgence versus restraint, this is where I had the biggest variety there, right? You had Pakistan with a 0 and Nigeria with an 84. So again, it's a lot more common in indulgent societies to be yourself and to focus on, you know, work-life balance. But on the other side, duty is the norm, and that influences the decision-making process and the way people are operating on a day-to-day basis. Now, remember, this is not an absolute, yeah? But it doesn't matter how well-traveled you are and how long you've lived abroad. Your upbringing will carry the dominant trait of your culture, and that will impact the way you treat people, the way you communicate with people, but also the way that you view interaction between individuals, group dynamics, and so on and so forth. So it's very easy to see why cultural intelligence matter in project management. Yeah. When I started working, I was very familiar with this. Everybody's familiar with that? IQ? That's intelligence, right? This is very simply how smart you are. And it's a critical attribute in your ability to problem solve. Okay? We want engineers to have a very high IQ. Very early in my career, I also became very familiar with emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, it's all about the things that tunes you with other individuals. This is what fosters collaboration, and that's what enables you to work well with others. But something was missing. And for the first 15 years of my career, I was working in France on projects with French people, and you know, it was very monolithic. But when I started becoming an expat, I started looking at things that were not working quite well, and I was like, you know, when I was working with only French colleagues, I was fine. Now I'm working with all those different nationalities, and the recipes don't work anymore. So I was missing something, and that missing bit is cultural intelligence. So cultural intelligence is something, it's not new, but it's something that is increasingly important in today's world. We talked about globalization before, right? So for a leader to be effective, you need a high IQ and a high EQ. Sounds about right? Everybody agrees? Excellent. But for a leader to thrive in a multicultural environment, you will not be able to operate without having a strong CQ as well. What exactly is CQ, if you ask me? So, cultural intelligence is defined as the capability to function effectively across national, ethnic, and organizational cultures. How does it work? It is built across 4 different dimensions. You have the drive, that's your motivation to learn about and engage with different cultures, right? Some people simply, they don't care. They don't want to engage with other cultures. They're comfortable within their own, and to each their own, and that's fine. Well, those people usually won't be able to work on multicultural projects. The second attribute is knowledge. That's your understanding of cultural norms, values, and practices. Okay? It's extremely important when you start working abroad and start working with different cultures to understand what drives each of those cultures. Then you have the strategy. That's your ability to plan and be aware of those cultural interactions. Okay? If I go back to the 6 dimensions, it's very easy to see that not just me and others, but let's say my French colleague with my Nigerian colleague, when they communicate to each other, the way one is emitting the message and the intention is not necessarily received based on the cultural bias. And finally, we have action. That's your ability to adapt your behaviors to other cultures and cultural interactions. Okay? So, why does that matter? Because cultural misalignment comes at a huge cost. When you manage a multicultural team, you risk miscommunication, misunderstandings, conflicting decision-making styles, differing attitudes towards hierarchy and authority, and of course, varied approach to time and deadline. Yeah? I mean, how many times did it happen when you ask somebody in your team, hey, can you do that for me? Yeah. What does that yeah mean? You can do it, you will do it, you're doing it right now. You know, has a different meaning depending on where you come from. All of those will have real-world consequences. You know, I mean, delays, scope creep, team disengagement, reputation damage, cost increase, risk increase, and the list goes on and on and on. So, what you need to understand is by linking your cultural intelligence to project success, CQ leads to trust, generates collaboration, builds performance. Okay? It's almost a bulletproof equation. Greater engagement, better problem solving, fewer delays, and lower team turnovers. Those are the key benefits of a higher cultural intelligence. So, I see some people taking pictures. Sorry for that. I'm just going to go back. Right. So, let's have a quick look at what your cultural intelligence toolbox should contain. Here, I'm only going to look at quick wins, low-hanging fruits, nothing too fancy, nothing too expensive. Those are tools and techniques that you can implement as a leader. You don't need finance, you don't need budget, you don't need HR. First of all, there are some leadership behaviors that will foster better team collaboration. Adaptability and situational flexibility. There is no longer one-size-fits-all style of leadership. Doesn't work. Yeah? Listening and empathy over assumption. Ask questions. Don't, interpret. Ask questions before interpreting. Clarity in your communication. Sounds obvious, but make sure that the message is received. And then make sure that the message is understood. Yeah? To build high-performance teams, there are also some quick tools and techniques that you can use. Co-create team norms. Okay? Don't do that on your own. Use the rest of the team with each and every cultural bias to establish the value proposition of your team very early on. Encourage psychological safety. I know that it's easier to not talk about cultures, right, if you're uncomfortable with it, but put that cultural discourse and dialogue right in the middle of the team. It's okay. Trust-building rituals, create some, okay? Build a team across those rituals. Use them in your team meetings. Those are great and easy tools for each other to discover the other team members' cultures. Use cultural mentors, right? So when you onboard somebody new in the team, use people from other cultures as buddies. When they onboard, these people will help them to explain what they have discovered about each other's cultures. And then there are some other tools, CQ self-assessment tools, very simple. Cross-cultural communication cheat sheets. Very important. You know, what are the words to use, words not to use, what are the connotation of some things, you know. When you work with Americans or English people, they use a lot of sports references in their jargon. Well, you know, if I've never played American football or cricket, they will fall flat. I will not understand what you talk about either. Cultural mapping tools, like the dimensions, that's something that is very easy to put in place as well, so that people understand, you know, you don't think like I think, and it's not because you want to hurt me, it's because you've been brought up differently. And then a couple of pro tips, you know, cultural storytelling. So it's not just about explaining, it's really about building a story. People don't relate to facts, they will relate to the story that comes up to the fact. Use different conflict resolution styles, okay? Some ways of resolving conflict don't fare well with different cultures, especially in this part of the world. Use virtual collaboration tools. Virtual collaboration tools that don't just cater for various time zones, but also think about the power distance, okay? So, as you can see, it's a very easy list of tools to implement. It's not exhaustive. You can build your own toolbox. But just think at how easy. It's not just about soft skills. It's also about treating all of that as a strategic advantage to you as a leader. Yeah? Leaders who master cultural intelligence deliver more project value. Now I'm going to leave you with probably the most important takeaway of this presentation. Do you want to hear the great news? I didn't hear anything. I'm leaving otherwise, right? Do you want to hear the great news? Much better. Cultural intelligence is not a leadership trait. It's a learnable skill. Okay? Start small, be curious, stay adaptable, lead with empathy. Thank you very much. Wait, just before we leave. Can I have the slide back, please? All right, sorry. I had a QR code there as well on the latest version. Follow me on LinkedIn. I would love to have your support if you are a project manager who has faced the intensity of managing such a complex and multicultural project. If you want to support my doctoral research, there is a link there on my profile, just 10 minutes of your time, and you can contribute to that. Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon. There is no QR. Sorry for that.
Thank you very much, Frederick. We've now covered leadership and culture, but now let's tackle complexity at scale. Please welcome Saadi Adila, founder and CEO of Advisors, to guide us through this integrating program management with systems engineering. Please give another round of applause to Saadi Adila.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Always wonderful to participate and be with our home, GPMF. وعساكم طيبين. So my topic today is program management for system engineering centric engagements. So to start directly, not with me, where do we use the system engineering and program management? In many industries that has lots of research, innovation, like defense, aerospace, automobiles, IoT, health, wherever there are complexities. So it helps us solve the complex problems, requires lots of integration wherever we have what we call a system of systems, innovation-driven, and requires multiple disciplines to work properly, very well together, lots of collaboration, and where we have very high risk and lots of compliance requirements. So if your engagement has these on the checklist, then possibly this unique seminar will be very beneficial for you, because this is the first time in the world anybody integrates the discipline of program management with INCOSE or system engineering. Before, PMI, along with MIT and INCOSE, did the integration between project management and system engineering. But the other day I had a friend of mine and we were discussing this. He's from one of these complex sectors. And I told him, but this does not work very well. He said, why? I told him, you know Cinderella? He said, yes. You know her two fat sisters? He said, I know her. And they were trying to stick their thick feet into this thin glass shoe. This is like trying to fit system engineering under project management. It's much larger than project management. Within the system engineering life cycle, we have innovation early phases, conception, development, pilots, design, other pilots, approvals, until we go to manufacturing, commercial, and then delivery, then product management. So it's a discipline that includes lots of integration between operations and projects, which is ideal for program. So we attempted this and we actually implemented it successfully. And there are lots of, if you like, challenges with respect to these complex programs, like organizational barriers, requirements are never clear in the beginning, delays, issues, complexity in integration. So how do we resolve these? So we are managing these as projects when we should manage them as programs. So are we also, this is the first challenge. Second challenge, are we using what's called the systems thinking approach? We're going to see this in a bit. So in most organizations, we focus on what? The end product or service, and it is the Ferrari, because our project is the best project. Okay? Sorry, Aston Martin. Or it is the Aston Martin or the Lamborghini. So we think about it and we are very enthusiastic about our project and the success it will bring us. And we spend all the money and do the procurement and we get the Ferrari. And what happens after we get a Ferrari? Why do you, in the first place, need a Ferrari? Maybe I want to show off. Maybe it's because of image. Maybe I just want to go quickly from point A to point B. Like Vision 2030 exceeded the required time. In half time, many of the objectives were realized. But there is one challenge here. If you just get the Ferrari and give it to me, and I'm not used to drive this complex machine, what could happen? Oh my God. We never think about this situation when we are managing the project. We only focus on the best case scenario and forget that for us to succeed in utilizing the Ferrari to its utmost use in the most optimized way, we need something which is missing. Okay? We need to learn how to drive the Ferrari, or we can hurt ourselves. But then if you are conservative and you get the Ferrari and you are not trained, there is another way, a very safe way. Okay? But why in the world did you get me to pay $500,000 if you want to drive it like this? Okay? So what did you do other than lose me money? So the challenge here is to get the Ferrari, go faster, arrive before anyone else without hurting yourself. And this requires something a little bit beyond mere thinking of the end product or deliverable, or a project-based perspective. This requires me not just to include in my engagement buying the Ferrari, get me Schumacher to train me how to drive it, or I might kill myself or use it like bean, okay? Like a car that goes 20 kilometers per hour. So I wasted the money. So this is a very important enabler, a very important capability that gets us to use the Ferrari properly. Also, the Ferrari requires maintenance. Okay, I'll give you the address of my old friend, who is the friend of my father, and we used to do the maintenance of the car. And if he opens the Ferrari, he might think there is a nuclear something inside, because it contains machines he never saw. Along with that, with Schumacher, give me a facility, an SLA, a service level agreement, for somebody who knows how to fix and maintain the Ferrari. So all these things are quite important for me to be able to realize the end benefit. The end benefit of using the Ferrari properly without hurting myself. I need to have my project deliverable. I need to have the enablers. I need to transform my operation in order to realize benefits. And these, my friends, are the traits of what a program is versus what a project is. So we've seen that many people do not understand very well the difference between both. A program is not just merely a group of projects joined together. Programs aim for performance, a performance indicator to be achieved. Okay, like enhancing the transportation between Riyadh and the suburbs. Okay, this is a performance. This is a benefit. To realize it, we might need lots of different projects. Okay, lots of transportation, but also lots of maintenance, but also enhancing our organization so that we are capable of maintaining these new assets. This is thinking from the perspective of a program. Another example is that when the doctor gets out of the operation room and she says, I have good news and I have bad news. Good news, operation succeeded. But our doctors always say that the operation succeeded. But the bad news, Allah yarhamu, mat al-marid. Okay? Versus the other situation which we launched for. Operation succeeded and the patient is recovering. We want both. This is where what we can achieve in projects alone. And when we take care of the enablers of the transformation, look for performance, sustainable benefit, this is what we should have. So to move from this status to the other status, we need a holistic, integrated vision whereby the strategy is set to realize, to have investments that will provide us value. What is value? It's cost minus benefit. It's sustainable benefit that does not bankrupt us. Okay? We achieve the sustainable benefit, but we still have money in the pocket to sustain the operation. Then in portfolio management, we select the best out of a group of possible case studies or components or ideas or concepts that provide the best value for money to realize sustainable benefits. And then programs would help us to transform the operation we have. Projects will provide, this is where you get the Ferrari. But in the program, this is where you get Schumacher, and when you get the facility and transform your operation until we enable the operation and we have sustainable benefits. So here, my friends, I have a message for you. Projects alone do not realize sustainable benefits. No. Projects provide products, services, outputs, enablers. if we put these along with the needed change management, along with the required enablers, along with looking for the body that will utilize the Ferrari, okay, and enable it to go from status A to status B, then you will have a more powerful enabled operation that is capable of realizing sustainable benefits long after the project manager goes away. How do you require a project manager to realize benefits when the project manager delivers you the Ferrari and goes to make another one? It's the operator within the business unit that will realize the sustainable benefit. And once you have benefits time over time over time, you start to realize your strategy. Because right now, we can reach before everybody else every time. We have a good support system to maintain the Ferrari. We have extra training, okay, to drive it properly, which means we will be able to realize the benefits. It's not just one hand. It's not just one discipline. It's an organizational set of disciplines. So the whole idea was to tell you more about what programs are with respect to project. Now, programs and projects, they need governance to succeed. Because one study showed that out of 5,000 projects, a statistics was made with respect to who are accountable, who are the reasons for success or failure, project manager or the sponsor or executive director accountable for the business operation. And the result came 80-20. 80% of the reasons of success or failure come from who? The executive director, the sponsor. Because these are the people who own the decisions, who have the power, who have the money, who have the resources, who can make the critical decisions. But we always blame the guy, the poor project manager. And when the project succeeds, because we don't sponsor it properly, what do? Kick him out, get another victim. Okay, because we are always right as directors, or are we? So, the way to govern these things, we should separate the means of governing operations, which we have in our organization structure, from the way we govern the change. The change are the projects, programs, and portfolio that change the business, the operation, or make new ones, okay, versus the business as usual that run the operation. Mind me, we need both for our organizations to flourish. I'm not saying one is more important than the other. We need the operation to realize benefits, but without successful projects and programs, we will not have enabled and powerful and better operations to get us to the next level. So, in this aspect, and I borrow this from P3G project program, Portfolio Governance Standard, we have one person who heads the committee for the program. He has the authority and a board to support him. Program manager reports to him. And then under the program manager, we have sponsors and the board and project managers for every project. How many organizations are doing this? Believe me, I've seen numerous projects. Nobody knows who the sponsor is. And if there is a sponsor, the sponsor does not know what his role is. These are very important things for our programs to succeed. So right now, we know what a program is. We know a little bit about how to govern this program. Let's take it to the other side. Let's talk about the complexity and how we can use this framework instead of project management to manage complexities. Now, to enhance the efficiency within complex systems, we have lots of things we have to look for within the discipline of systems engineering. For example, if you are developing a new car. And there are lots of new cars developed by PIF and other organizations in the kingdom, or a new plane, or a new rocket, or a new IoT service, or complex telecommunication. Anything that is composed of multiple components. There is one vehicle and it has 100 vendors, 100 different companies, one providing the brake, another one part of the motor, a third one part of the body, and so on. Now, how to fit all these to work together? This is where comes the discipline of system engineering, to integrate them to work as one instrument rather than 100 separate instruments. And it has a body of knowledge. I'm not going to speak about it. This requires whole sessions just to define systems engineering. But what we did, we got the NCOSI. The NCOSI is like the PIM book for the PMP, but it is for system engineering. It has a body of knowledge. And it provides technical governance emphasis, whereas program management provides the business-driven focus. Once we got these two, right now we have a better framework to manage complex initiatives, okay, both technically and from the management perspective. And we implemented this. We implemented this system engineering life cycle, which starts from conception, system design, implementation, lots of validation, operation, even until decommissioning, and formulated new life cycles that start from the concept, the inception, until later on in the operation within an integrated program, a government program. So the program manager provides the governance, provides the administration, the coordination, the stakeholder management, and the system engineer provides the technical integration between these 100 vendors. The program manager will provide the contract management for each one of them to fit the needs of the final end service or product, whereas the system engineer provides the actual integration by design, then tests the actual integration to see if this machine works properly or requires furthermore work. Lots of requirement collection, lots of test and validation, configuration, interfaces. These are the different roles that are introduced within the program. So within the program, who is the boss? It is still the program manager. He has the reporting to the senior responsible officer or business owner, who's his sponsor, and he supervises the different projects. If I have 100 sub-projects, I have 100 sponsors, all reporting to the program manager, but this guy is what? His right arm. So that integration happens and occurs everywhere. And by this, I would like to conclude. One thing, we made a live, not a live, let me say, a lab test on a very interesting application for autonomous surveillance drones, and was greatly successful using this method. Just wanted to share something new rather than repeat what we talked about before. But I believe everyone can benefit a little bit more from the, if not system engineering, something you need in your current engagements, at least have a look at program management. And remember, it is not replication of project. It's a different discipline. It has its own governance, and it enables us to go from A to B quickly without crashing the car. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Saad, for your time. Now, we turn our attention to something that often operates quietly behind the scenes, but it's absolutely essential: trust in leadership. Our next speaker dives into the essence of trust, not just as a leadership trait, but as a powerful enabler of impact, connections, and progress. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Hiba Bilal Al-Shahi.
السلام عليكم جميعا. شو أخباركم? Okay, so first of all, before I move on, I want to say that I am really hopeful about the future right now, because Nasser Al-Qahtani, a student in university, just a few, maybe an hour ago, he talked the same language that we are talking right now. All of the seasoned speakers who are covering the power pillar in GPMF. So, mashallah alayh, Allah yahfadha. We are really hopeful about the future. Okay. So, let me skip that. What if I told you that the most important force driving your leadership success is something that you cannot see, you cannot feel, but you can, so you cannot see, you cannot touch, but you can absolutely feel. And that is trust. Trust is the foundation of every strong leadership, whether in life or in business. Trust is what makes teams perform beyond expectations, not just perform. Trust is what makes collaboration much easier and makes teams more resilient when we are facing challenges. Stephen Covey, in The Speed of Light, Speed of Trust, calls it the one thing that changes everything. So I am going today to cover how to build trust, how to sustain trust, and if trust is broken, how do you come back from that? To define trust, trust is the assured reliance. Can I just get the slides here? Sorry. Okay. Trust is the assured reliance on the character, ability, strength, or truth of someone or something. In a leadership concept, trust is the invisible force that carries the ship forward when it's time for uncertainty, in the waters of uncertainty. So, talking about the water element in nature, consider trust as the current that's holding your ship. The presence of trust is what makes it either float or sink. Every consistent action that you take as a leader is a chance for you to build trust and add more in the trust bank. And if you break that trust, it's as if you are making a huge withdrawal and losing your own money. So how do leaders build trust? These are not my slides, by the way. Okay. I had better updated slides, but no problem. I want to introduce the trust triad framework, starting with integrity. I call it ICE, and then consistency and empowerment. Integrity is about how you act as a leader, your values, your ethics, your, let's say, the basics of what makes you who you are. Consistency is what you do on a daily basis, your actions, your building trust is actually not a one-time action. It's something that you do repeatedly in a reliable way. And finally, it's actually empowerment. It's not updated, but it's okay. Empowerment, I removed transparency and made it empowerment because I think it's much stronger. Empowerment is how you empower your teams and build them up in order to let them soar, let them innovate without any blame. Okay. So how do you build trust? You set clear expectations to all of your team. They know what they want from you, and you know what can you get from them. You support and empower them. No blame game here. You show competence and keep learning. Keep learning by attending sessions like these, events like these, because you need to show them that you are informed, you are capable, you are your own advisor as well. Build genuine relationships. Care about your team. Make sure that you know their strengths and weaknesses, and they know you in and out. There is no hidden title, let's say. Recognize and appreciate their efforts, small or big. Honoring them, walking by their offices and just saying thank you for whatever you are doing, it makes a great difference. Handle conflicts openly and fairly, because conflict resolution is a huge part of dealing with your employees on a daily basis. Invest in their growth. So it's not just about their professional growth, also about their personal growth. I have added a role of life coach within my PMO because I thought that their personal life and professional life cannot be separated. So dealing with all of the emotional pressures that can come from either ways is really important. Don't play the blame game. There's no blame, there's just, you are there just enough to support them, to empower them, to innovate, giving them the guidance that they need, but you are not micromanaging. So, what are the benefits of trust? There's loyalty to the organization and commitment to excellence. There's improved collaboration and alignment. We have lower turnover. We have retention in the employees. Higher commitment and motivated team who can deliver quality. Now here you can think about quality aspect. Whenever you are getting something from your team, quality will play a big role if you are trusting them. And stakeholder collaboration. So according to PMI research, project with high trust teams get completed on time and on budget by a rate of more than 45%. Okay. Increased productivity. Teams will find their passion because they are trusted. They know they can behave as themselves, and therefore there is no more quiet quitting. If you've heard about quiet quitting, is that when people just show up to get their salaries and then they just leave and they don't contribute. So if you have trust, there's no more quiet quitting. Creative problem solving. Safe to explore. People can innovate without any fear of failure or blame, saving the organization's time and money. And according to PwC Trust Survey, more than 50% of the employees have higher productivity in high trust companies. Employee happiness. There's better performance, more resilient organizations, and more optimistic teams that can even contribute to your own success. According to Harvard Business Review, 86% of organizations that have high trust have higher job satisfaction and retention. So the benefits of trust on the level of the organization, first of all, you will have innovation culture across the organization. Teams can innovate. The organization will be able to cope with all of the challenges that it will face because it's fast-paced innovation. Better brand reputation, better customer satisfaction, and leadership legacies. So leaders can also create other leaders that are from the same organization. So what if trust is broken? It's easy to build trust probably over a few years, but it's much harder to bring it back once it's broken. So what do you do if trust is broken? First, you own to your mistakes. Immediately say, yes, I have done a mistake, and this has cost me and my team my trust that we have built. Second, take immediate actions. Immediately apologize. Take on any gesture that will bring things back to balance or trying to get it back to balance. Rebuild through transparency and patience. You have to be patient because once trust is broken, it will be harder to bring it back. But it's possible. So we have to remember that trust is not just an idea. Trust is a practice. It's something we do on a daily basis. It's consistent. So every decision, every conversation, every moment is a chance for you to either build trust or break it. Keep that in mind. So what are your next actions? First of all, assess yourself. There are many 360 degrees assessment, 180 degrees assessment. Think about adding KPIs within your teams that can also measure trust. Like, for example, cross-culture, cross-team collaboration index, for example, information sharing index. Think about these things that require trust and try to measure them. Practice the strategies to build trust that we talked about. And don't give up on building your own leadership legacy using trust. So imagine if you are standing on an edge of a bridge, similar to Squid Game, not knowing whether the next step will hold. Trust is like this. It's very invisible. So without trust, it's like you are walking on glass, uncertain, fragile, and dangerous. So don't let your employees or your team feel the same way. Trust doesn't work alone. It's true, the foundation of the leadership, yes, but it goes along with the culture, with the vulnerability, with kindness, with many other elements. And I talk about them more in my book, Elements of Leadership, which I will be signing in a little bit. So to end, there is a saying from Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, hadith an Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that has always stayed with me. Every shepherd is responsible for their flock. Hadith an Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam, كلكم راع وكلكم مسؤول عن رعيته. To me, and I think also Nasser, in the beginning, he asked, what makes a great leader? To me, a great leader is the leader that's entrusted with the care of their employees or their teams. He has this huge responsibility to make them feel safe, rewarded, and seen. So trust plays a great role in that responsibility. A leader's legacy is written in the trust they built, not the power they wield. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Hiba, for your time and for shining a light on leadership efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now shift gears to explore agile leadership, a critical capability in today's fast-evolving tech landscape. How do we effectively lead teams in launching complex technology platforms? How do we remain adaptive, responsive, and innovative? To answer these questions, we'd like to now welcome Dr. Fahad Adil Ghanem, Chief Technology Architect at Cloud and Digital Solutions by STC. Without further ado, please give a round of applause to Dr. Fahad.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I know it's a little bit late, and I thank all of you being here. I definitely admire your patience to stay until this time. So I would like to introduce myself a little bit here. My name is Dr. Fahad. I lived in Canada for 13 years. I lived in Victoria, BC. It's a beautiful side of Canada. After I finished my master's and my PhD, I worked for a consultancy firm in technology. So during that time, I worked on multiple projects across North America, across US, across Canada, and recently I joined Solution by CC, a wonderful company. I'm very proud to be part of that family. What I noticed through these technology projects is the one that succeeded, the leaders of this project has certain qualities. These qualities, became now known as agile leadership. This quality, I would like to share with you some of these qualities that I noticed through this project that led to the success of this project. So if you think how the agile leadership came by from philosophical point of view, in traditional projects in the physical world, you build a building, you build the foundation, and then after that you build the walls, and then you have people coming to do the painting, and someone will do the tiles and things like that. In the first stage of the foundation, the people who's building the foundation, probably they don't want to talk to the people who's going to do the paintings later. And vice versa, the people who's going to do the painting, they don't want to talk to the people who's doing the foundations. That totally is not true when you come to technology. When it comes to technology, the people who are responsible for the foundation, they need to be involved, and they need to talk to the people who are responsible for the application, which is the last part that need to be deployed on this infrastructure. And at the last stage, before you launch your software or your platform, probably the application team need to talk to the infrastructure team, telling them, hey, we need more capacity. We need to expand our CPU and memory and infrastructure. So as you can see, because of the way the difference in projects in terms of the physical world and the technology world, how teams are managed are quite different. With technology, you need to be agile, you need to involve all the team across the journey, and probably all the teams need to involve as you move during the project until the end of it, and you actually complete that project successfully. This is kind of fundamentally, from a philosophical point of view, why actually the agile leadership came by in the technology world. So for that reason, you see all of those companies, they adopt the agile leadership because they found out with the agile leadership, actually the performance of the employees, the speed of producing features on their platform is faster because people are communicating, people are producing, and things get produced faster. So if you look at Microsoft, Cisco, even Lego, all of these companies, they adopt the agile leadership. So what's the agile leadership? I know it's very thrown terms, but to get into that, the agile leadership basically is a style of leadership that promotes flexible collaboration and empowerment. So some of them, they say, is the 3 C's, right? You want to be able to enable communication, collaboration, and as a leader, you need to set the coordination between these teams. So in such way, as a leader, you're setting up a culture. And I love all of these talks before me because they are kind of connecting to each other. So Hiba mentioned about the trust. That's part of the culture. And if you are in the chief or the executive level, maybe you heard this saying that culture will eat strategy for breakfast. Because if you have a bad culture, you cannot execute your strategy. Doesn't matter how smart you are and you worked on your strategy, but if the people, they don't have the right culture, they're not gonna go and achieve the strategy that you put for them. So the agile leadership, some of them, they call it servant leadership. It's a style that you put in priority the growth and the well-being of your team. So there's 2 parts I like to highlight here in this style of agile leadership. One of them is the psychological safety. You need to make your team feel safe as they are working. Why you want to create that safety? Because once they feel safe, they're gonna speak up when they see issue. If there is anything going on within the organization that need to be spoken about, they're gonna speak up because you give them that safety. Even if they notice something going on, you're gonna catch it very quickly. But if everyone is scared, you're gonna find this problem that hidden under the rug probably is too late, where it's gonna be way too costly. So that's the first pillar. You want to create that psychological safety. The second one is, as a leader, you want to be as a guide for your team, so they know where they are going. So as the project progress, they know and they trust you that you're leading them into the right direction. And as they are working, because you got different group, they are working on different specific areas, and you got different expertise in different areas, sometimes they forget the priorities. You need to remind them, for now, we need to finish this first, and in the same time, you're looking down the line, 6 months from now, 1 year from now, probably 5 years from now. Ideally, as a leader, you're working on it now, some people working on now, but you want to work with people who are planning for 2-3 years from now. So the second thing I like to share with you as agile leader is you need to fly on different altitude. So in general, like leaders or in the executive layer, you want to fly on high level where you see where the whole organization is heading, and you want to achieve your business goals are being achieved. But you need to be careful as an agile leader. Sometimes there is issues down that requires you to go down and fix them. Because again, if you ignore these little issues, they're gonna come and bite you later with way more, it's gonna be way more costly. So adjusting your height is very important as your organization is moving, and as your project is progressing, is critical. And this height actually, it's what is very important, because the executive level, they mainly fly on higher level, but also you need to communicate with them, and as you are working with them, telling them, hey, we are heading into the same goal as the organization is heading. So that's very critical. The third quality as an agile leader, you need to actually build a cross-functioning team. With that team, you'll be able to achieve and progress with your project. And when you assemble that team, there is 4 things you need to keep in mind. The first one is diverse expertise. If you are planning to launch a platform, a technology platform, and you don't have the right architect, and you don't have the right programmers, or you don't have the right infrastructure team, guess what's going to happen? Doesn't matter what kind of skills you have, that the project is not going to progress. It's not going to launch. So you need to make sure you get the right expertise, just like in a football game. When you get the right players and better players, most likely you're going to win that game. The second part is clear objective. You are responsible as a leader to set the objective for the team. So again, knowing on higher level, you know as a business what their goals, and you know the strategy, from the strategy, what the goals are actually meant for your team, and part of that strategy with your project, you're going to achieve these goals. And for your team, you're going to cascade that to your team. The third point is collaborative environment. That's part of the culture that you're going to be creating, and setting up communication and the trust and the psychological safety that you're going to create across your organization. And then the fourth point is the effective leadership, and that part is always about communication, right? So it's just all the time is mind-boggling when I found, doesn't matter how many times you think communicate more, because you never over-communicate. And all the time you underestimate that. You think things are clear to people, but you get surprised how many times people, they just forget, or they ignore, or they don't pay attention. So communicate and communicate and communicate as a leader. And then, so back to the communication, one of the things that I like to do is I communicate in different forms, right? You need to send executive letters every once in a while. So reminding everyone, and that's up the chain and down the chain, what has been done and what we are doing, what the challenges, right? In your regular meeting, keep reminding your team, what's the goals, what have been done, and what we are doing, right? And then through emails, the same thing. So try to communicate and communicate and communicate. And then, of course, as we are in technology, things are still in stages, right? So in the first stage, you find out if you want to build a platform that you need to assemble a group of developers, or you need to select a vendor. So you select a vendor first, and then you put a project plan or product plan for that vendor, and then you define clear requirement and clear vision for your vendor and your developer. What the goal of this platform? And again, communicate, communicate, communicate. And then the fourth point is assign the responsible team to track that progress, allowing the team to talk to each other, and the delivery manager or the project manager will be tracking the progress across the team. Then after that, after they actually build a kind of a basic version of that software, you want to test it. So you can see if there is any flaw in that system. And then if things are being tested and being patched, the last part, it goes to production. So this is kind of typically, if you want to build any platform, or any software, it goes through those stages. And this part, I like to kind of highlight a couple of things from solutions. And again, I'm very proud to be part of this wonderful family. It has very innovative culture, and it's very empowering in terms of what we do in solutions. So, as you can see here, this is multiple success stories, and we did multiple projects in cloud migration with Ministry of Sport and شركة الدرعية and Akalat. And again, inside solution, we follow the steps of phases, so we make sure actually the projects succeed. So we go through assessment and discovery and design and architecture, and then we go through the deployment, application migration in terms if there's a migration in that project, and then domain and exchange migration. The last example of launching a platform in very short period of time, and the Agile leadership was the style of launching this platform, which we launched in very short period of time. So this platform, we call it One Cloud Management Platform. We use it inside in solution to manage our client infrastructure. It's very innovative. We managed to launch it in matter of months. Basically, it allows our managed services team to manage across hyperscalers. So if there is infrastructure on Google or on Alibaba or in our cloud, the managed services team, they are able to see everything from one dashboard. So it was one of the wonderful creation that being actually launched based on the Agile leadership style, and that's how we managed to launch it in very short period of time. So if you are interested to know more about it, I'll be more than happy to discuss it afterwards. So that's kind of the plan was set for this platform to be launched. And as you can see, it went through different stages. We went through vendor selection, and we made sure there is infrastructure ready for that vendor to deploy their software stack. And then after that, we went to the testing form, and then the plan to launch the platform. So this is kind of a snapshot of the process that we went through inside a solution. So here, I would like to kind of conclude and go through the benefits of Agile leadership. And with Agile leadership, it comes humility. And if you think from our religion and our culture, if you want to seek the truth, you want to be always humble. And ego and arrogance, it's what's caused us to get into mistakes and disasters in life, in personal life, or in organization. So kind of the Agile leadership, it touches on that, but it's a very important quality to have as a person, as an organization, and as a leader. So that's what I like to kind of conclude with, and this is kind of summary why the Agile leadership is better. It allows you to go to market faster. It improves the customer satisfaction. It empower and motivate your team to produce more and becoming more productive team members, and increase the adaptability and flexibility of your teams. So that's all, and I hope it was a very light session, and I would like to thank all of you to listen to this presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Fahad, for that deep dive into Agile leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, we now look at how excellence in project management is achieved through structured frameworks, strategic partnerships, and human development. Our next speaker brings with him a wealth of experience from the front lines of national projects. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Hamza Awad, CEO of ADI Group. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a quick 10-minute break and then we'll continue with Mr. Hamza. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start in 5 minutes with the next session with Mr. Hamza. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for our next speaker of the day, I'd like to please give a warm welcome to Hamza Awad, CEO of AGI Group.
هذا المايك وهذا هلا وين البرزنتيشن راحت؟ اوكي. لا مش ظابط. خلينا نتأكد بس هذه ما عم بنقل. كيف ينقل؟ اوكي. السلام عليكم، اهلا وسهلا جميعا. شكرا لقدوم الجميع وشكرا لحضوركم. زميلاتي وزملائي الاعزاء, I will try to speak in Arabic and English. I'll speak in Arabic and English. Yes. If I can, okay. I would like first to introduce myself. My name is Hamza Awad. I am the CEO of AGI Group. It's a multidisciplinary engineering and project management firm in Saudi and the Middle East. I'll be sharing with you today our journey to PMO excellence in the digital era and how the digital revolution impacted our way of thinking and how we approach that in our solutions and how we achieved what we want to achieve throughout this presentation. I'll start by this saying, which I like the most. It says, the success in a project lies not just in its execution, but in how it's managed from the very start. And the critical factor or the crucial concept of the project management is planning. How much you plan, you can achieve. So what we have done or taken into consideration in our planning process is how we integrate technology and the digital transformation concepts from the outset of any project or outset of our thinking as part of the planning process. And we will share with you that throughout this presentation. Every solution or every idea was created from a need or from a challenge or from a serious problem. So we as a group, we have identified 5 major challenges or needs, and we tried not to respond to them, we tried to shape our future by addressing them. We're not trying to be responsive only, we are trying to be shaping the future and integrating how we are going to resolve each and every one of them. 1, project complexities and troubled projects and distressed projects. In Saudi is completely different from 10 years ago. Today, Saudi has the most complex, sophisticated projects in the Middle East. And we have to admit this fact. The projects are complicated, sophisticated, large in scale and in way of handling. So we have to make sure that our PMIS solutions or project management solutions addresses the complexities of these projects. As I said in the morning, we do believe that the digital solutions have to be as an enabler to the success of any project. We're not addressing technology as an external factor. We are enabling our solutions by utilizing the technology. Client expectations are different. Client expectations, even at the client side, sometimes at the different levels of the client, their expectations are different, and you have to address that in your solution. Competition is narrowing differentiation. Creativity is always narrowed by the competition, but if you want to succeed as a group or as an organization, you need to make sure that your solution are differentiated from others, but at the same time, you have to compete with the market. But you have to start building the trust with the client so the client appreciates the value that you are offering and it differentiates you from others. Globalization versus Saudi version. I would say that although, and I will concentrate on that during my presentation, there are multiple plans of works across the globe. But we need to make sure that these plans of work addresses our Saudi requirements, our Saudi culture, our Saudi projects, our challenges that are here, our Saudi 2030 vision. So we have to take into consideration in every solution how we address the international concepts in our Saudi way. Based on that, we have looked at the plans of work that were developed by at the beginning by RIBA. It was the oldest plans of work that was issued 1834, then AIA 1856, and I will share with you other concepts as well that was available in the market, but and we were as well involved with the national PMO at the مشروعات at the beginning, but we have to make sure we concentrated all that or focused our thinking around X-Pro requirements, and we made sure that the digital solutions is the core of all of that. We wanted to make sure that the digital solutions addresses X-Pro requirements and addresses the Saudi vision. And based on that, we have developed a holistic approach for our way of how we do the plans of work to the market that sets our approach to the future. So we concentrated on three main pillars. One, we have consolidated global plans of work that I have mentioned two, and there are multiple plans of work, RIBA, AIA, and other plans of work that were developed, as an example, by Bechtel in the NPMO, and other Australia, New Zealand, multiple global plans of work. And we tried to localize these plans of work to the local market in a way that it aligns with the X-Pro requirements. And we ensured that, we said that we want to make sure that this is digitally enabled to be able to achieve what we want to achieve. This is mainly a high-level view of the different plans of work across the globe, but our concentration will be on the X-Pro requirements that were launched in 2017. And in order to do this and to make them digitally enabled, we took the X-Pro requirements that were developed in a detailed manual way. We collected all of these in order to ensure that they are reflected on our PMIS systems. We had to do some re-engineering to the processes to suit the client's organizations, and made sure that they are digitally enabled on our PMIS solutions. So our PMIS solutions addresses not only the client, they address the client or the owner, the contractor, the consultant, the supervision organization, and the multiple stakeholders at different security levels, and taking into consideration all different global plans of work. And I am glad to see that some of our clients' representatives are attending the showcases that we are going to present here. We have worked in the last couple of years with two major clients. One is Tabuk University, and a mega project with Riyadh Municipality. And I will be sharing here, or showcasing, the two success stories with these two clients. With the Tabuk University, the initiative aims to improve execution efficiency, achieve optimal success, raise the operational efficiency of ongoing projects, and enhance the quality of services provided by the General Administration and Engineering Affairs. We, as a group, have taken the full X-Pro procedures implementation process along with delivery of fully integrated PMIS solution that also X-Pro compliant. And the outcome, or the main KPIs, indicators that we have achieved, I would start from the 3 threes. We have produced 3 quick win digital solutions to the University of Tabuk. One is RASAD, which is mainly concentrating on the asset management, and one on the readiness reports of the different facilities of the university. And we have developed for them an order support system that manages and oversees the orders process internally, and all of these were connected to the PMIS solution. And not only that, as part of the PMIS solution that we have developed, or the part of our assignment on the program, we have developed the capacity of local Saudi developers that are able to develop the system at the university and keep maintaining it even after we leave as an assignment. And I'm glad to say that I can see a lot of females here in this room. 2/3 of the workforce working on this development team were actually Saudi female developers. And we have developed 3 manuals that include full manuals and procedures for the daily for the plan of work. We have developed more than we have done or conducted more than 100 capacity building training courses. We have developed a full organization structure, new organization structure that is compliant with the X-Pro spirit and the dual PMO officers concept. And we have developed for the University of Tabuk 213 work processes that cover all the scope of work of the university. The other mega project that I'm also proud of as a group, and I think that had big impact on our thinking and on our investment plans in the project management, is the EPMO and the AFMO for Riyadh municipality. I think that project focused on revitalizing underperforming initiatives, driving quality improvements through digital innovation, reinforcing procedural integrity and operational governance, empowering teams through targeted capability building, and achieving greater financial efficiency through cost optimization strategies. I believe Amanat Riyadh benefited significantly from X-Pro-based talent management programs and enhancements to several work procedures based on X-Pro methodologies. And in this regard, the main KPIs or achievements that can be summarized in this slide, I believe we have achieved 3.32 riyals on every riyal spent. This was the ROI on this project. We have managed, together with the client, based on the X-Pro procedures, based on the tools that we have developed, to reduce the distressed projects by 54%. We have developed with the client 8 manuals for their complete processes and procedures. We have actually registered more than 100 projects on the PMIS systems, and these 100 projects are managed day to day by the different entities every single day through this PMIS solution. We increased the efficiency of utilization of the system by 75%. We have developed 9 training programs, more than 106 training courses. 153 candidates received these training programs, and we have conducted more than 17,000 hours of training, capacity building, on-job training for the staff. So I believe the client team at the end of this program are ready to manage, operate their work. They will still need support for the ongoing development and achieving the visions, the ongoing enhancements in the world, but I think with their current capacity, they can achieve a lot of what needs to be achieved on the daily operations. We have been involved in multiple projects, one in raising efficiency and enhancing services provided to municipalities affiliated with the Municipal Affairs Agency in the Eastern region, and another project with the Eastern region on the operation, management and governance of infrastructure projects and smart business data transformation. We have also, we are currently working on the management services for the National Industry Strategy Initiative and multiple other projects. And all of them, we're trying to make sure that the digital solutions are an enabler to us, and we are improving and developing further our systems. So we are thinking of the PMIS system as a service, not as a tool. We are thinking of the PMIS systems as a service that is in line with the cloud, Saudi cloud mandate. We are not going to miss the AI advancements happening in the region or in the world, and how Saudi vision is addressing the AI in the different solutions. And our developers are currently working day and night to try and integrate AI solutions into our PMIS system and trying to integrate that to the ERP solutions of the different organization. And you will see a lot of achievements in that in the coming 9 to 12 months internally, and we will post most of that on our platforms. And we will not miss, of course, addressing the governance, risk, and compliance requirements because it's an essential part of the solution. At the end, I would like to say the following. The power of technology is not how you are going to utilize a tool. The power of technology is using it to integrate with whatever efforts you are spending on the tools in processes enhancement, making sure that you have the right people and talent and keep working on them, and on the procedural development on the day-to-day basis. And I can guarantee you this is only the beginning. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hamza, for that compelling overview of how strategic vision coupled with strong project governance can turn ambition into achievement. Ladies and gentlemen, to close today's powerful lineup of sessions, we turn our focus to digital mastery, an essential competency in our fast-paced, tech-driven world. Whether you're managing AI-integrated solutions, building agile teams, or just navigating the complexities of digital project life cycles, this next session will equip you with the practical tools and strategic oversight. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming to the stage Tony Prensa.
How's everybody doing? Are you tired of a lot of knowledge, a lot of technologies, a lot of processes, project management, leadership, a lot of things that happen in these 3 days, full of knowledge, full of energy, and full of great speakers and thought leaders. So for me, that's an honor to have this closing speech. I don't gonna bore you with a lot of technical stuff, so just gonna summarize a couple of things from also my previous speakers, so they touched a lot of the things that I wanted to cover. So one thing that I'm gonna say to start, that most of the things that I talking today is written in this book. That I was blessed to release the book on March 30. So the digital project playbook, mastering teams and tools for business transformation. Let me see. So Tony Prensa from Orlando, Florida, they said the happiest place in the planet. I don't know why. Maybe because Disney World is a series of fantasies, I say. So my career for 40 plus years, the only thing that I have done in my life is working in IT. In the Flintstone era, because I started working in the mainframe environment, all the way to now in the era of AI. So I have seen a lot of transformation in different decades. The other days I was counting how many decades I had, so I am still living my 5th decade. So until 2030, that will be my 5th decade working in this field, looking at a lot of transformation in technologies, but also in leadership and different management frameworks, approaches. So we are living in a digitalized world, interconnected world. So we get up, we are an alarm clock in our phone. So if I can see every time that I go through airports around the world, so you see everybody looking down. What are they looking? So we are being managed or led by technology. So we're losing a little bit the human touch. So digitalization is not optional, it's mandatory. Let me see. So why that matters? The thing is, the technological changes are every day. So you can take any piece of software, any piece of technology or solution out there. So that changes every day. For example, generative AI. So a lot of people think about ChatGPT, but how many of those applications exist today? And today, probably we have a new one that we don't know. So the changes are so fast that it was too much difficult for us to catch up with technology. So we have problems. So in my case, I've been working in IT projects, digital transformation projects for decades, but still we are failing. So how many of you can say that all your digital transformation projects are successful? So you can just Google it, and you will see that one of the research most popular was from McKinsey, that 70% of the digital transformation project failed. So why? So we are great project managers, we are great project leaders, we have Agile, we have predictive, so we have everything, but we are still failing. Why? So I was checking just recently that 2.7 trillion dollars are spent globally in digital transformation projects. But imagine if 70% of those are failing, how much monies are on the table? So those are an example of different case studies that are written out there that you can research, and you see that those failures is real money. So it's not something that we are making them up. Those case studies exist. I'm not going to list everything there, but if you read over those different reasons in different researches that have been conducted, so I can summarize those. Most of them, I would say, is leadership. If you read over those, most of them are leadership. And all of them are bad processes. You don't have a strong, like a project management. There are some of the researchers that have noticed that a lot of projects fail because we don't have good planning. We don't have good project management. But still, we have, for example, PMI was founded in 1969. So we have 55 years of experience in developing best practices, project management. So why we are still lacking or applying those processes for successful digital transformation projects? So most of the things are leadership, communication, collaboration, all of the things that the previous speaker had talking about. So basically, to summarize everything that I want to say, so I put 3 pillars just to summarize everything around digital transformation. My first pillar is digital leadership, mastering digital leadership. What does mean? So you need to lead with vision, clarity, and adaptability. So in the past, we used to say we don't want to have technology for the sake of having technology. Technology is because we want to have a better world. We want to have a better life. So for all the citizens of the world. So we need to use technologies not as an end, it's a process to provide better services to ours, to increase our customer experience, and to increase also our better lives, but not technology for the sake of having technology. So leadership is important to have that vision. Embrace digital fluency. It's not about technology. It's not about the best operating system, the best database, the best agentic AI. It's not about that. The other things that is related, like when I talk about leadership, I talk a lot about EQ, emotional intelligence. So if you, there was a study also by McKinsey that they found for successful corporation that there are 56 leadership skills. 37 of those 56 are related to emotional intelligence. So I tell people, if you improve your emotional intelligence, you're gonna be ahead of the game. So that means 66% of all the leadership skills are related to emotional intelligence. The second pillar is about understanding what the organization is looking for in investing in those projects. So one thing that I said, projects are investment. Project not project. Project is money. It's like you investing in Wall Street. So the lack of vision is important. So why are we putting money on the table to achieve a particular result? It's adding value to the organization. So that's the second pillar, strategic alignment. Everything that we do for the organization is because it has a reason to add value. So change management is very important in organizations that work with technology. So that's important. But that's for, I would say, for configuration management, for the pieces that comprise the entire ecosystem when you work in a IT environment. So what is different when I started in 1978? So we didn't have a lot of moving parts. I remember we only have the hardware, we have the operating system, we have other subsystems like the network system, computer languages, but we didn't have so many. But what happened today, we have too many moving parts, so that makes things more complex. So having a great change management system, we help to alleviate the complexity of everything that we have today. So it's basic to align everything that you do with the objectives of the organization. So that's key. And the last but not least is about people, building high-performance team. So that required a lot of the things that have been told you over different conferences here is we're going to start with create safe space for experimentation. So we say you need to fail fast, but you need to learn, so you don't want to make the same mistake over and over. So experiments, it's like you have the space to experiment without the fear of being penalized. Encourage agility and innovation for everyone in the organization. Everyone is part of the same system, so everybody needs to be integrated. Another thing that I say is continuous learning. The thing is that we can say, I'm graduated from digital transformation, I know everything. You maybe know everything today, but you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. So tomorrow you're going to be obsolete. So that means that you need to continuously studying, learning, observing, and apply those learning in your projects, in your initiatives. So continuous learning is important in the era that we are living. So some takeaway, I always like to have something for you to think about it, and when you go back home, so you reflect on what you learned over the course of the 3 days here. So lead with vision and digital insight. So we're never gonna go back, so we're gonna go forward. So the technology, advancement, everything gonna be better for us, for the humans, so to have better quality of life. That's the things of having technology. Strategically align digital work with organizational goals. Everything that we do is for a purpose. So driven leadership is important, always adding value. The other thing is about people, building the team. So a lot of the conferences that you have attended talk about collaboration, talk about increasing your emotional intelligence, they talk about communication, active listening. The other day, so you have heard about emotional intelligence, artificial intelligence, but not a long time ago, I participated of a class, it's a certification in listening intelligence. So there's a lot of intelligence that we need to learn to be better connected. At the end of the day, to communicate better with other humans. And definitely that we need to continue adopting the technology so we can reject the technology. So there is for project managers that in certain ways are bad news, but it's a prediction from Gartner Group by 2030, 80% of the project management tasks will be replaced by some kind of AI. So that means if you have 5 project managers in your organization, you will need only 1. See, if I cut 20% for each. So, but we need to embrace technology. We need to use it as a tool, and technologies to help us to be more efficient, to have better version of you as a human. So you leverage on technology to achieve better results. I'm not going to mention all the technology that is going on. You more than me what's happening and the technology that's been developed, so that's going to be better. So what I'm saying today, maybe tomorrow going to be obsolete. So the thing is that you need to have a mind change, prepare for changes, and always looking forward, never looking backward. So your next reactions, analyze the environment that you are. Explore opportunity. So over the course of the 3 days, the people that started with the workshops and master classes, you have learned a lot of things. So what you're gonna do with the knowledge that you got out of here? So explore your environment, explore your life, explore yourself, how you gonna improve and to be to the next level. The other one, engage your team. So when I worked, I used to do a lot of things at the same time. I was computer operator, I was software developer, I was system analyst, but now the complexity is too much. I can't do that, nobody can do that, so we need to work in team. So working in team, help the team to understand and collaborate to achieve greatness. And the last but not least is lead by example. If I encourage, that goes for the leaders, if you encourage technologies, so you need to use technology. So it's to preach what you live. So those are the stress actions for youth. So hopefully you have the next year when you come here, so you will say, I have 100% success in all the projects that I led. So thank you very much. It was great to be here, my first time in Saudi Arabia. I enjoyed it. The most that I enjoy from here, the people. So you are very kind, and thank you for all the conversation that I had with everyone on the hall. So hopefully I would like to be here next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony, for your time and your insights. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now be taking a break until 4 p.m. Once we reconvene at 4 p.m., we will have a commemoration for the speakers alongside the closing ceremony. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We will commence the closing ceremony shortly. Thank you.
you.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. As we come to the close of the Global Project Management Forum 2025, let's take a moment to reflect on the incredible journey we've shared over the past 3 days. From powerful keynote sessions to hands-on masterclasses and game-changing panel discussions, this forum has been a true celebration of ideas, innovation, and inspiration. With over 20,000 registered attendees from across the globe, GPMF 2025 has proven that when project professionals come together, people, processes, and technology unite to shape the future of our industry. And now, to close this incredible chapter, we would like to celebrate the minds who brought their insights, experience, and passion to the stage. Without further ado, to begin the commemoration process, I would like to invite to the stage His Excellency, the Vice Minister of Transport for Road Affairs and the Acting CEO of the Roads General Authority, Mr. Badr Abdulami, and the Chairman of the Global Project Management Forum, Mr. Badr Bourchet. I would now like to call all of the speakers who partook in this conference, as well as the committee members and the Shark Tank competition winners, to please go to the stage from your right-hand side to line up for a picture. Thank you.
our Shark Tank winners, group number 5. Gentlemen, let's now celebrate all those who made it possible. Let's please take a group photo with all the volunteers who made this conference happen. If you can kindly line up from your right-hand side. Come for a group photo. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have all of the Mutawwa'in please come on stage for a group photo. Congratulations to everyone. You may all kindly be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated for the final commemoration video of the Global Project Management Forum 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly return to your seats for the final video of GPMF 2025. الرجاء التوجه إلى مقاعدكم من أجل تقدم الفيديو الختام.
الدولة بهذا الشعب طموح المستمع بحيث ما يرضى دائما ما وصلنا اليه
في عام 2021 انطلقت النسخة الأولى من المنتدى بهدف بناء مجتمع مشاريع ينهض بالوطن. كل عام كان خطوة جديدة نحو التمكين، توسعت المحاور وتنوعت الأنشطة من ورش تفاعلية إلى معارض تقنية وجوائز للتميز. اجتمع العالم في قلب الرياض. منتدى إدارة المشاريع لم يعد محلياً بل منصة تنصت لها العواصم
event, but a platform for that be held by all capitals. We are very proud that in Saudi Arabia, we are proud that Saudi Arabia to be the first destination global for the future of project management, empowering the leaderships and creating the impact and equip them with project management skills to succeed with their projects. And the visions were united, and we have been leading the global and local scene in project management. Excellence is not only for the elite, it became accessible by all, for all, from everywhere and at any stage of their life. And today, we are continuing our march with a very deeply enrooted identity and with non-stop vision. We started as a dream, became a global event, global project management forum, where ideas turned into impact and future became at the heart of the homeland. شكرا جزيلا لكم سيداتي والسادة، نراكم العام القادم.